everyone. I didn't realize there was a screen down there. That makes it easy. Cool. Sensitive microphone, so I can move a bit. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, cool. So got a laser on there. I can get another copy if you need as well. If it's going to be... Yeah, okay. That's looking better. Ah. Yeah, awesome. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Very much not evening. And then just click through like that, and if I need to go back, I can do that. Awesome, thank you.
The big green button to go forward, little red button to go back, and the other one's laser pointer.
Yeah, cool.
With the laser pointer, just remember if you do use it,
You got...
people who are just watching the stream can't see it.
Oh, of course. Okay.
So I'm just saying if you look at and
Yeah.
tell them where on the slide.
Thank you for that note. I appreciate that. And is anyone keeping? Oh, there's time there. That's all good.
Okay, welcome everybody to this fantastic session on local stewardship for restoration and resilience. My name is Professor Karen Bella. I am a member of the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program in the Stakeholder and Traditional Owner Engagement sub-program area, and I'm also the Head of Architecture and Built Environment at the Queensland University of Technology. It is my pleasure to chair this morning's session. We have a big session, and I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands where we are here today, the Gimoy, the Walluburra and the Yindiji people, and acknowledge all traditional owners in the Great Barrier Reef. Without any further ado, I'm going to invite our first speaker to come to the stage, and that is Eric Fisher from Experience Co, who will be presenting on the evolution of local scale site stewardship on the Great Barrier Reef. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, good morning all. Thanks for coming. Just in the spirit of how everything started yesterday, just want to share a little bit about myself. I'm a local lad that kind of grew up just a little bit south of here on Gungandji in Indigenous country. Spent a lot of time just running around mangroves, rainforest, out on coral reefs and things like that. So it seemed like a real natural progression trying to go into biology and a career into that. Good morning all. How you going? Come and have a seat. No, you're all right. So basically for the last 20 years I've worked in Great Barrier Reef tourism, practicing site stewardship at that local scale to boost coral reef resilience. And the main reason for this is to promote and conserve the Great Barrier Reef, this World Heritage icon. Now a lot of the work that I've kind of developed has now been implemented in a framework which being supplied by the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative to achieve scale all up and down the Great Barrier Reef. And also, a lot of the work I have done that I'm going to show today has happened on Gungandji and Irukandji Sea country, so I'd like to acknowledge those communities, pay respects to the elders past and present. Now, site stewardship's been in tourism for several decades. I mean, one of the earliest examples is Green Island in the 1960s. It was quite famous for having that first really reported outbreak of crown of thorn starfish. The local tourism operator at the time, Hales, they actually were using divers, implement their own control program, divers and hooks to go and to remove crown of thorns to protect their glass bottom boat routes, but also their guest expectations too. And around in the mid-60s, they were taking around about 27,000 cots out a year and things like that. They also formed a nice collaboration with Queensland Fisheries, right? So you have these two local scientists there that were using the Green Island as a base to go and explore this kind of outgoing outbreak, this dynamic out to surrounding reefs, but also trying to get to some of that underlying causation as well. So with site stewardship, it's often perceived as the action, but it's a bit more holistic than that. I mean, I really do like this definition. You've got some really nice keywords in there. You've got the responsible use, protection of the natural environment, through conservation, sustainable practices, to enhance resilience and also human well-being. Now, I think this definition really translates well into tourism today, particularly in a rapidly changing climate. Because climate is impacting the Great Barrier Reef and is doing it by, pretty well impacting the big three, right? So, you got your cyclones. So, for example, that cyclone Yasi, that impacted over a quarter of the Great Barrier Reef. We've had several, thermal widespread stress events, and crown of thorn starfish outbreaks, primary outbreaks around every 15 years, but secondary outbreaks last for 10 years in their transgression down the reef, right? So what we're saying is multiple reefs are experiencing multiple disturbances and accumulated impacts from that. But reefs are recovering. We heard Roger say it before, there is recovery on reefs, right? It does happen. But the problem is with these increasing pressures, and this summer's just highlighted again with these disturbances that we've had now. So this is why practicing key site stewardship actions on areas such as high-value tourism sites, key source reefs, reefs of significant cultural value are incredibly important. And more reef off Cairns, just out here, kind of symbolises all three of those attributes. I mean, it is a high-value tourism site. It also it is a source reef. And to the Gundangji people, it's one of their most significant coral reefs in their sea country, and it is really part of their, quite a few of their Dreamtime stories. This is Reef Magic Pontoon, where I've spent pretty well my last 20 years working on that patch of reef off there. And on that patch of reef out there, we're on there doing our activities every day. Now, a really important component of doing any sort of site stewardship action is knowing your reef. I mean, knowing how it responds to disturbance and how it recovers, right? So even when you look at this kind of outer reef here, you can see we've got that outer wall there, that's one habitat, that outer reef wall. We've got the one behind, the shallow part, the reef flat, and then we've got our lagoonal area around here, the pontoon, and those areas too. So I'm going to give a few examples why we've implemented some of the actions that we've done over the time out there. So the first thing I want to do is let's have a look at the outer reef wall, and we'll look at the reef wall coral cover trend, from 2009 to 2023. So on the y-axis there, you got your mean percentage coral cover. That was estimated through reef health impact surveys done every 3 months over those 13-year period. You can see back in 2009-10, coral covered pretty high. Right, incredibly high. Then we had Cyclone Yasi in 2011, caused drastic drop, high coral mortality. Roger touched on it earlier in his talk in there. And then we've seen really good, steady increase in coral cover since. I mean, even the mass bleaching event of 2017 had a slight drop. Jasper's had a bit more significant impact. It'll come out in the next round of surveys out there as well. But the main thing is to say we've done no recovery actions on that outer wall. That's all just natural resilience, everything coming back to the reef doing its own. However, though, Cyclone Yasi did produce to the side there, you can see it on the left or on this side, those large coal rubble fields, right? So when we're talking coal rubble, we're talking those kind of loose, there it is, loose kind of coral skeletons, 15, 20 centimetres in length, stuff like that, unconsolidated, they move around a bit in storms. We even got patches of rubble out there which are 13 years after the disturbance and have not changed. So you get really low recruitment. If you do, don't survive, really low coral cover. So to boost resilience in this area, this is where we trialled the Mars-assisted reef restoration system. So that's those modular hexagonal structures that interlock together. These are the first ones that went in the whole Great Barrier Reef in June 2020. There's a few people in this room that were involved in that. That's the same picture, what it looks like 3.5 years later. Right, so you can see we've had that really good increase in coral cover. Right, so in that 2-year period, we did five builds for a total of 439 reef stars with about 6,500 coral fragments of opportunity. Coral fragments opportunity, they're fragments that have been broken off of the parent colony and no longer attached. So sourced all in that area. One thing I did is we identified all those fragments. So we know we have our 60 species on there. So we do know those densities, getting from Peter Mummy's talk yesterday. So what you can see with that diversity is it's actually created. It's not only variation in growth forms, but we've got also variation in life history characteristics. You've got corals out there that are broadcast spawners, corals out there are brooders, but this project has been very successful in transforming a rubble-dominated area into a live hard coral-dominated area. Looks like a natural reef in a very short time frame that would not normally happen in the natural environment. So a very successful tool has been utilised in site stewardship actions. I see Taste there over at Green Island, so from Hastings Reef all the way down to to the Keppels, what Tarquin was talking about yesterday. But let's use another example now. Let's go and have a look at our reef flat. So that habitat up behind there, we can see our coral cover trend. Not as high as the wall back in 2009 and 10. Cyclone Yasi, slight impact. We saw a really good increase in coral cover following that until we had 2017. And that mass bleaching event in 2017 caused that significant drop in coral cover or high mortality and been pretty slow to increase since then. 2017, a lot of people in this room will know that this is when everyone got really kind of interested about all these impacts, right? back-to-back bleaching events, Cyclone Debbie and the Whitsundays, right? And then we also had a full emerging COTS outbreak in full swing in the northern and central part of the reef. So everyone was very interested in where there was live coral and also in natural coral resilient processes too, right? So this is when I first started talking to this gentleman here, Professor Peter Harrison. They were looking for places in Cairns which had good coral cover. I said you should come and see the outer wall of Moore Reef. It's recovering quite well from Yasi. So got good reproductive stock there. So and Peter pioneered all of that larval reseeding work. So basically that is where you collect wild coral spawn, rear that larvae for 5-6 days, then do a target release. The second year we worked with Peter, he wanted to focus a lot more around Moore Reef and our pontoon. And basically what he wanted to do was try several different release methods. The one I was really interested in trying was this one, where we did a mass release. Now we had one coral larval rearer right close to that reef flat, right? And about 6 days later, we estimated we had about 28 million larvae. We waited right till about slack water, and then we released it on slack water just prior to the ebb flow. So on that slack water, the larvae sunk down, and that gentle ebb flow carried that larvae right out across that reef flat. Now, did it actually work? Well, we never quantified it, unfortunately, so we don't know. But we can see we have got a good kind of increase in coral cover a couple of years later. So whether this is from natural recovery processes or larval reseeding or both, the thing is larval reseeding is a very good technique. It's a good community engagement technique. It's been trialled in lots of different ways. I mean, Australian Institute of Marine Science did a beautiful one with the traditional custodians of Wapabara down in the Keppels. You got the boats for corals down in the Whitsundays, been very good in ever since Cyclone Debbie. So been very good in that regard. Let's have a look at another example though. Let's go and have a look at getting back into that reef lagoon just behind, in front of the pontoon and areas like that. So the story there, you can see it's similar to the flat, right? Not bad coral cover. Yasi actually caused quite a lot of fragmentation, right? Particularly staghorn corals. We saw coral cover really increase quite significantly in those years following. 2017, there was mortality, quite significant, from Debbie, and there's been not bad increase in recovery since. We've done no site-assisted recovery actions in the lagoon. However, what we have done, back in 2009, I noticed crown-of-thorn starfish numbers were increasing. So in 2010, we formed a collaboration with the Australian Marine Park tourism operators to train young divers to go and locate crown-of-thorns and inject them. In that 3 years we run it, we injected over 2,700 cots. What I found interesting was that over 3/4 of them were juveniles. That's less than 150 millimetres, these juveniles, and they were increasing in number every year. So in 2014, we actually formed our own kind of control research program, just focused on those juveniles between 5 and 150 millimetres. We used bulk transects so we could quantify everything. Been a very successful program. Still runs to this day. Through the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative, we've even expanded it out, our fine-scale work out to 9 other reefs that we regularly visit. Some real key findings from this thing. I mean, at Moore Reef, since 2014, we've collected over 12,000 juvenile cots. The highest density was 129 individuals per hectare back in 2016. And like most adults, they mainly prey on the fast-growing corals. What I found extremely interesting was that 95% of our small ones, less than 70 millimetres, were all found on one type of coral, your bottlebrush or your compound branching corals. And also from a collaboration with AIMS, with Sven and Jason, we've been providing them with plankton series for the last 10 years, plankton samples. And through eDNA, we found we have a constant larval supply over the summer. These are the first 3 years we did it, 15, 16, 17. On the y-axis there, it's got larval density identified through the eDNA. This work was published along with the juvenile numbers too in Sven's Christmas paper. But what this is really telling us is we've got a constant larval supply. We've also got, what I've also done from the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative, I've actually gone and measured the percentage of bottle brush coral that I have in that reef compared to the other 8 other reefs that we visit. We have the highest amount of bottle brush coral. So what I'm saying is we've got good larval supply. We've got good food for coral feeding juveniles, right? So if we did not implement this program back in 2014, we wouldn't have that kind of live coral that we have today. So it's been a very good program to, to mitigate and to, protect against future disturbances. Now you're starting to see where I'm kind of going with this talk, like knowing your reef, you can make really informed decisions where you want to go. What I really wanted to do is, like, in the last 10 years of working like with traditional custodians really closely, particularly I see Victor there, he's been over there within our education programs. I feel like we're only telling one side of the story. We're just telling the academic knowledge. We're not telling the traditional owner ecological knowledge as well. So we decided to form this project called Coolbull. Now, Coolbull's an Irukandji word that means spirit of the sea country. The 3 prongs of the spear there represent the 3 organisations. So you've got mine, GBR Biology, you've got Reef Restoration Foundation, and most importantly, we had the Irukandji Land and Sea Country Rangers by Darwul Aboriginal Corporation. So what we wanted to do is our goal was to try and combine these 2 knowledge systems in a monitoring program and have our teams also go out there and explore and monitor the reefs in a number of different ways and things like that, and then come up with a proactive functional decision tree that could determine what actions we would actually do on a reef. But our first challenge is basically how do you start to incorporate some of this traditional own ecological knowledge? And we thought, well, we're mainly about monitoring, knowing the reefs. So the Irukandji community come back and said a seasonal calendar. This artwork here was done by that brilliant gentleman in the back there, Tarquin Singleton, who did the awesome keynote yesterday. So in the seasonal calendar, you can see what it's done. It's like you're introducing your 2 main seasons, wet and dry. You've got your sub-seasons in there, right? So it's introducing language. The other thing it's doing is introducing what's happening on the land is what's influenced out the sea. So this flowering plant over here is an indication of this animal migration or a spawning event there. What we want to do is try to, in future, incorporate this into our more traditional monitoring programs so we can monitor these indicators over time, especially in the hands of climate change. The other thing we kind of did with this too was produce that functional decision tree. We come up with 72 questions, right? What these questions are doing is break up into 5 groups. It's to gauge your kind of cultural awareness, what you know about that reef culturally. What's your engagement like with the traditional custodians? What those biological and natural resilience indicators are to make some determined actions on what you would do. We use this decision tree to develop 3 really detailed site stewardship plans for sites on Hastings, Saxon and Norman Reef within Irukandji Sea Country. One of those reefs was Hastings Reef. Hastings Reef, the site we go to, had very, very significant value to the Irukandji people, had really low coral cover from accumulated disturbances, had really good high areas of live coral rock. So having these areas of live coral rock, the trees suggested that you would either do outplants or nurseries using the brilliant coral nurture program or the Reef Restoration Foundation and using the trees and things like that. Or larval seeding was another way to go. So we decided to formalise these actions, and this is Tarquin did his talk yesterday where we talked about the Reef Cooperative. So we formalised that Reef Cooperative to carry out these actions on. So at Hastings Reef, we wanted to do larval seeding. The problem with Hastings is low coral cover, not a lot of stock. Right? We knew Saxon Reef had really good diversity, good coral cover, and also really good prior spawning events. But also through our work, we also feel logistically, it was actually easier to go to Moore Reef where we had some knowledge and things like that, collect the spawn there, rear the larvae, then translocate it up to Hastings Reef and do that on there. Now, the biggest thing about Reef Cooperative, if you're looking at this, very important to mention the sea countries, things like that. We always make sure we have consent. Everything we do, we have prior informed consent. We heard Bob say that yesterday. And one thing I want to say is consent has an expiry date. So you always have to keep asking all the time and keep informing, keep going back to traditional custodians. So the beautiful thing about the Reef Cooperative, you got two traditional custodians as part of that. The other thing that we have done is also we had really good sizable rubble patches there too. So we knew we could put in reef stars. So we put 200 reef stars, similar problem. Hastings didn't have a lot of coral fragments of opportunity, but we knew from our work that Saxon Reef had really high. So we collected from Saxon Reef and placed on Hastings. And as I say, we're doing this constant work, with traditional owners, traditional custodians, always two-way sharing. Partnership is key. Two-way sharing, two-way learning. The next logical step, and Tarquin touched on this yesterday, was we would start the reef intervention training program, right? So this is where we started with 3 Irukandji rangers, 3 Gundandji rangers, and we're training them not just in water skills, they have good water skills, but diving practices, all sorts of monitoring practices, how to do COPS control, rubble stabilisation, larval seeding, this whole host of different site-assisted recovery techniques. But our main goal is we don't actually want to just build skills. This program is designed to train leaders, right? So we want leaders. So we've got leaders in that field. They can go back to their own sea country. We want to try and create scale up and down the Great Barrier Reef, You can implement your own actions on your country, how to form beautiful collaborations with researchers or tourism operators. And this is how we can really achieve scale on site stewardship actions all along the width and the breadth of the Great Barrier Reef. So just in kind of summary or kind of where I'm going with site stewardship, like I say, I break it up into 4 kind of main components. Like I say, you need that intimate knowledge. You need to know how your reef is. That allows you to make really informed decisions. If you can make really informed decisions, then you can also inform collaboration. Very important to have collaboration, particularly with traditional owners. And it was touched on in the panel discussion yesterday as well, mutually beneficial is key. You're talking shared outcomes, shared learning, shared costs, shared resources, everyone benefits from the relationship really key. And most importantly, tell the story, right? We've done this in numerous different ways. We've done documentaries, movies, mainstream media, social media, the whole way. But one of the best platforms we have in tourism is on our vessels every day. We have an audience from all around Australia and all around the world. And they really want to know, we talk to people all the time, they really want to know what kind of, how the reef is going, what challenges does it face, what are some of those beautiful stories, but also what actions have been taken or doing. So having site stewardship actions is just another story, right, that you use in every day to connect your guest. Because if you connect your guests to the reef, they form a love affair for the reef, that deep connection. Got that deep connection, you got empowerment, and with empowerment, that can hopefully lead to the biggest thing that we need, a reduction in emissions, take away the greatest threat, which is climate change to the Great Barrier Reef. Just a quick wrap up, just going to say thank you. Got to thank the major funders, of course. Australian government through the Reef Authority have funded the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative since 2021. Reef Trust Partnership and the Great Barrier Reef Foundation funded Coolbull. Cotton On Foundation, of course, fund the Reef Cooperative. Reef Cooperative, that's our middle group there. Like I say, 2 traditional owner groups, Citizens, Mars, and myself. But most of all, I'd like to thank everybody that I've worked with all over the years and will do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, for that very inspiring presentation. We did start a few minutes late, but I would like to give people online or in the room the opportunity to ask questions of Eric, if you have any based on his presentation. And while you're doing that, we'll invite our next presenter to start making their way up to stage. So any questions for Eric? And I'm going to wander around with the microphone. Great.
Great talk, Eric. So when you had your fragments of opportunity at Moore Reef, you actually took ones that were from Moore Reef to put onto Moore Reef.
Yes.
And that's how you got such a great diversity of the recruitment. In cases where you have no reef there to provide the fragments, how do you make how do you get your opportunities, fragments of opportunity then?
Yeah, so like with Hastings Reef, one thing with the Cool Bull project, we want to have a variety of mechanisms. We looked at how well reefs spawned. We looked at, like settlement rates. We looked at all different predators there. The other thing that I really wanted to do is like when we're actually like doing like our photo transects and looking for like percentages of coral colour, I also counted fragments of opportunity and work out densities per metre squared. So I knew Hastings had a really low, but Saxon had a high. But you still got to go through the permitting process, like everything you do, because you are translocating between reefs. This one wasn't translocating on the same country, but like a lot of the coral spawn stuff, reef does source another reef. So just having that knowledge allows you to make the informed decision, which is cost effective. Because at the end of the day, everything's got to be cost effective as well. Otherwise, site stewardship and all these actions don't work. So, yeah, I found the easiest way, probably just from being a scientist, is to measure things. And if you got that, then you can go from there. But thanks, Maria. Good question.
Good morning, Chelsea from Foster Group Consulting. How did you increase your biodiversity or genetic or material in your cross-planting?
Are we talking about the reef stars, that diversity there? So it was just based on morphological identification, based on time. I know that's changed a little bit, what we're calling different species and things now. But the thing is, based on that morphology, I know what we called, what we did, when we did, and we still have that there, and that's where we had that representation of 60 species. I just wanted to go that way because what I've seen with a lot of the different site-assisted recovery programs on the reef is there has not been a lot of ID down to that species level. So I wanted to have an indication of what we actually had, and listen to Peter's talk yesterday on allele effects and things like that. I think it's very important to start knowing those densities as well, particularly in these restoration type things. Genetics would be another one lovely to go into. Got to find a bit extra cash, of course, but that's always a good way to go.
Hello, Rick. I'm John Lee from Footprint Energy. Quick question. Is the framework and the fixtures, are they biodegradable?
On the reef stars?
Yes.
No. So there's steel structures. There's even some plastic in cable ties. They do get incorporated in the reef. So the steel would take years to break down.
Yeah, so steel is a natural element, but the ties are...
The ties are plastic. So myself and Mars as well have done a lot of work pioneering this space. We've looked at 22 other alternatives and things like that, and we keep coming back to the cable ties because they're mostly efficient. But there's still research in this space. We do want to move away from plastic. Always think of moving away from steel as well. So and reducing that whole carbon footprint too.
Well, thank you. We have unfortunately run out of time for questions now, but I'm sure, Eric, you're going to be around for a little bit longer. Yeah. People can come up to you in the breaks. Thank you so much again for your presentation today.
Thank you.
While Eric's making his way down, Justin Bovery-Spencer is making his way up, and he's going to present to us now on empowering local scale stewardship actions by Great Barrier Reef tourism operators, and Justin's from the Reef Authority.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Justin, and I'm representing the Reef Authority today. I'm going to be speaking about the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative, which right now is empowering these local scale stewardship actions that we've been hearing about with operators all across the Great Barrier Reef. Of course, before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today, the Gimli-Wallubarri people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and thank us for having us on their traditional lands today. I'd like to further extend this to the 70 or more traditional owner groups whose country we now call the Great Barrier Reef today. And in this time where caring for the natural environment is more important than ever, I'd like to acknowledge those who have cared for this country for tens of thousands of years. Now, as the name suggests, the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative is solely focused on one specific industry, the Great Barrier Reef marine tourism industry. It's a fleet of over 500 vessels that traverse the entire 2,300 kilometre length of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. The operators that make up this fleet visit hundreds of individual reef sites, and as we've heard from some of those operators, tend to visit the same sites each day. There's no one on this planet who spends more time immersed in the Great Barrier Reef than tourism operators and their staff. Now, these tourism operators have long played a role in the monitoring and the protection of the Great Barrier Reef in partnership with the Reef Authority. They act as the most frequent source of information, and they provide an early warning system when threats or impacts to the reef arise. Since 2007, tourism operators have submitted over 5,000 tourism weekly surveys through the Eye on the Reef program. The Eye on the Reef program is the official community monitoring tool of the Great Barrier Reef, and it's a collaborative tool utilised by both state and federal governments, including the Reef Authority, Queensland Parks, Australian Institute of Marine Science, as well as our industry, community and scientific partners. The Tourism Weekly Survey specifically were a tailored survey designed for the tourism industry. These are high-frequency surveys conducted at high-value tourism sites on a regular basis. In 2020, though, of course, the global COVID-19 pandemic put a stop to this information. It grounded the marine tourism fleet with no certain date to return. And this interrupted a long-running data set and a vital pipeline of information was cut off in the midst of an emerging disturbance event. Unfortunately, not much could be done during that time, but several months later, as restrictions did begin to ease, marine park managers looking to kickstart those data sets while simultaneously supporting a grievously wounded tourism industry, formulated the Tourism Industry Activation and Reef Protection Initiative. Now, this aided in activating dormant marine tourism assets, restarting monitoring efforts, and scaling up reef protection efforts at the high-value sites that these operators were already demonstrating stewardship over. Now, whilst the primary goal of the activation, to activate the marine tourism assets, was successful, the influx of data and delivery of reef protection services during this time exceeded expectations. During the short few months this initiative was active, more than 2,100 surveys of reef health were submitted through the Eye on the Reef monitoring system. As well as this, high-value sites all across the reef were protected through the control of coral predators and research and assisted recovery actions at these stewardship sites. This initiative served as a proof of capacity of what this industry was potentially capable of, and what an industry full of passionate and capable individuals could deliver. And the incredible outputs of the tourism industry activation identified a significant opportunity, and that was for tourism operators to act as suppliers to the Reef Authority to conduct monitoring and reef protection at these high-value sites that they were visiting. And this idea formed the idea, this was the foundation of the idea for the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative. The initiative was launched as part of the Australian Government's investment through the Reef Protection Package. And after a tender process, 26 tourism operators, some of which we've already heard from over the last 2 days, thank you to Eric, thank you to Nicole, 26 tourism operators were engaged throughout the Great Barrier Reef. These operators were engaged to target 109 identified priority reefs, which have been highlighted in the graphic to the right there. And as you can see, these reefs were identified for a number of different reasons, including we wanted to make sure that the entire length of the Great Barrier Reef was captured. We have a breadth of inshore, mid-shelf and outer barrier reefs, as well as consideration to where tourism operators existed already to ensure that the access to these reefs were possible. There'll be a bit more information on the principles of stewardship and to why some of these reefs were selected by my colleague Johnny Gaskell later on today. The initiative, though, was built upon the scientific principles of coral reef management, and simplified, this means developing an understanding of a reef site, as we've just heard Eric explain, through monitoring and then taking actions to protect biodiversity and making it informed decisions on if, when and how to undertake assisted recovery actions. Now, the core services that operators are being contracted to deliver as part of this initiative are based upon the principles of stewardship. To be eligible to participate in this industry, the operators were required to show evidence of environmental protection, and this included things like adhering to all permit conditions, delivering low to no impact tourism activities, and committing to responsible reef practices. The foundation of stewardship is then based on the understanding of a reef site. Monitoring and assessment conducted through the Eye on the Reef system of surveys develops the operator's knowledge of how their site functions, as well as providing that vital management data to the Reef Authority. This knowledge is used to effectively manage disturbances with the control of coral predators such as crown-of-thorns starfish and drupala snails, as well as response actions to these larger scale disturbance events. Effective interventions to assist natural recovery are then added in with the foundational knowledge that has been gathered through these surveys, providing insight into the most efficient methods, if any, for each particular site. This is the core of the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative, and it's further enhanced with other packages such as the development of educational and interpretive content to share the knowledge gained through this initiative with the wider community. The initiative is ongoing. We're now in our 7th quarter of delivery of these activities. So whilst these do continue and we continue to get more data coming in, we now have a good picture of what the initiative has been able to achieve. So we'll go through a few of the stewardship outcomes now. Firstly, it was very important to ensure that the data collected is high quality data. So the Reef Authority has invested in training and upskilling over 150 new surveyors in the Eye on the Reef monitoring methodologies. This has been especially vital to help to counteract the higher than average turnover that the industry has been facing during and following the COVID-19 pandemic. Importantly, the surveyors that have been trained have been shown to be actively participating in monitoring the Great Barrier Reef. In fact, our average monthly surveyors have shot up by over 4 times from pre-COVID numbers. Vitally, and perhaps our primary goal, is the industry has contributed to the largest monitoring effort in the Great Barrier Reef's history. From tourism operators alone, we have received over 15,500 surveys of reef health using those Eye on the Reef survey systems. Included in this is weekly checks at the high priority stewardship sites, and every one of the operators in the initiative has committed to stewardship over at least one site, with many committing to stewardship over multiple sites. Additionally, more than 70,000 images have been taken, uploaded and processed using the Australian Institute of Marine Sciences Reef Cloud AI system, and this is helping to gather a benthic assessment of those high-value stewardship sites. All of this and more is contributing to the clearest picture of marine health that managers have ever been able to ascertain at these high-value sites. And this has been critical over the past summer as we see elevated disturbance events on the Great Barrier Reef. Now, I'm aware that not everyone may be familiar with some of these methods that I'm talking about. So, to convert it into what this effort actually translates into, through the Reef Protection Initiative so far, we have seen over 8,000 hours spent in water conducting just these surveys alone. These have been conducted over 2,700 activity days on water. Included in those days is around 2,200 days, which has been assessing and, where necessary, controlling the coral predator populations at these sites. And as a result, almost 300 unique reef sites across the entire length of the marine park have been monitored, assessed and protected on a regular basis, generally at least once per quarter. Because no good deed goes unpunished, as well as that, around 800 days have been spent contributing the data from this project. And included in this is processing and submitting the survey data, but critically is submitting the photos and training the machine learning models as part of the Reef Cloud system. As well as that is the development of the packages I mentioned before, such as the educational and interpretive packages. So the knowledge that the operators are gaining through these surveys is in turn enabling them to develop and tailor stewardship programs to the individual sites that they visit. There are widespread efforts going on right now by these operators through predator control and considered site interventions, and these operators can assist not only the sites that they target, but the neighbouring areas through the spillover effects that we see. All of this is guided through the development of the site stewardship plans, which are uniquely formulated for each operator and developed in partnership by the Reef Authority and the individual operators. In turn, tourism sites are some of the most comprehensively known and studied sites on the Great Barrier Reef. The initiative is pushing these levels of knowledge to like they've never been before. This knowledge is helping tourism operators all across the reef to educate and inspire guests like never before with the increased knowledge of their sites. It's ensuring that operators are able to provide reliable and robust data to coral reef managers. It's ensuring the operators can make informed and calculated decisions regarding the interventions they deploy at their sites. And I think most importantly, it's instilling a culture of site stewardship throughout the tourism industry for now and into the future. I think this initiative is proving that the future of the Great Barrier Reef, as has been echoed many times throughout this symposium, is brightest with a focused, collaborative effort to drive decisions. While we strengthen our relationships with tourism operators contracted, they in turn have continued to build upon new and existing relationships with sea country owners of the areas of the reef that they visit. This has seen the enablement of mapping of cultural heritage sites, connection to country visits, collaborative projects between traditional owner groups and tourism operators, and training opportunities. We're attempting to foster that two-way learning space for tourism operators and traditional owners to learn from each other and collaboratively shape the future of the Great Barrier Reef. In closing, I believe it's clear to all in the room and everyone at this symposium that effective management and preservation of the Great Barrier Reef involves a collaborative effort. It involves a large range of stakeholders, but critically, it includes tourism operators, it includes traditional owners, alongside reef managers, as well as the wider scientific community. Tourism operators simply cannot be overlooked. They operate a fleet of hundreds of vessels. They employ a wide range of skilled, experienced, and the most passionate individuals you will find on the reef. This initiative has started to show what this industry is capable of delivering in just a short 1.5 years that we've been active so far. I'm excited to see what this industry can continue to contribute in the future. If there's one take-home message, we should never underestimate the scale that the positive impact this industry can have on coral reef management all around the world, nor the depth of skill and passion that exists within these industries. Thank you.
Justin, quick question from the room, and I do want to check if we've got any questions online. I'll come over to you, Cedric, because you had your hand up first. It's for the people online.
You mentioned 15,000 surveys that were there. Are they available for the public to get access to, considering they were uploaded online, I'm supposing? So is there any way to access that? And if not, why not?
It's a yes and no answer. Yes, the data is available through the Marine Park Authority's website in the Reef Knowledge System, but it is aggregated to areas. The reason for that is we want to make sure that tourism operators have no concerns with uploading data. For example, crown of thorns starfish data, bleaching data. If that was made public to each individual operator, some operators will have the concern of that negatively impacting the business, so we can't release the data tailored to the operator. So instead, to ensure that they're able to confidently give this data to reef managers, they do submit it, it does go public, but it's as I said, aggregated per area of the reef.
Thank you. One last quick question from the room, and while we're asking this, if Paige might like to start making her way to the front. Thank you.
Good morning, Chelsea from Fotra Group Consulting. Inquiry with you, would you be interested in expanding that same process for estuarine and local marine drain systems?
I guess this one's specifically focused on tourism sites, which there aren't so many of in that sort of environment. We do actually have one that's already included though. So there's a estuary down off 1770 that actually has coral reef existing in it in Pancake Creek. We actually have one of our operators, and that's one of their primary stewardship sites down there. So where it's appropriate, those sites absolutely are included. But given that it is focused on coral reefs, it does shrink the number that might be affected.
Thank you so much. We can keep the conversation going. Thank you very much, Justin. It's now my pleasure to introduce Paige Strudwick from University of Technology, Sydney, who's going to talk about the Coral Nurture Program, a collaborative approach to coral propagation and outplanting on the Great Barrier Reef. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, so my name is Paige, I'm from the University of Technology, Sydney, and I'm representing Coral Nurture Program today, talking about our collaborative approach to site stewardship on the Great Barrier Reef. First, I would just like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land and sea country that we work on and where we're gathered today, and I would like to acknowledge them as the first custodians of language, culture and knowledge, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So I'm going to try not to step on too many of Lorna's toes, as she did present yesterday on Coral Nurture Program as well, but firstly I'll introduce just who we are. So sorry if you did attend her talk, might be a bit of an echo, but here we go anyway. So we're researchers from the Future Reefs research group at the University of Technology, Sydney, within the climate change cluster. And then we are 6 tourism operators from the Cairns-Port Douglas region. So we have Wavelength and Sail Away up in Port Douglas, and then Down Under, Cruise and Dive, Passions of Paradise, Ocean Freedom and Quicksilver down here in Cairns. And then we also have Red Cat, Ocean Rafting and Kiana down in the Whitsundays. So we were established in 2019 by Dr. Emma Camp, Professor David Suggett, John Edmondson of Wavelength and Lorna. And we were born out of a necessity for researchers to be able to get to site to conduct their studies, but also for stakeholders and tourism operators who wanted to conduct additional site stewardship after the 16-17 bleaching event. So what we do is we use these intermediate coral nurseries to increase biomass of corals prior to outplanting, and then we put these directly onto the reef at bare patches. And this intermediate nursery phase is really important for us because we have shown that we can increase biomass faster than if we just directly outplant onto the reef. So here's just another example of how we can fast track natural recovery by the outplanting of a bare bommy within 2 years. We're able to significantly increase that coral cover faster than just with natural recovery alone. So we have a reciprocal research design, so we're research-led and community-led. So our research feeds into the practice, but also our stakeholders and tourism operators help us direct that research, highlighting the gaps in the knowledge that they would really like to see filled so that we can have the most impact and continually optimise our outcomes. We've been working with an evolving phased model, so we had our initial proof of concept, and this has just led us to expanding capacity, research topics, and then operators and sites. So the first few phases were really local scale and established on just fine-tuning these practices. So how can we streamline permitting? How do we get these methods in place? Are there people that even want to be involved? How do we work as a network to do this? Do nurseries have a role in the implementation of this stewardship? We developed a code of conduct to ensure that everyone was working from the same page and that operators' values aligned with the practices. And then we also developed robust monitoring and reporting to ensure we had a really significant data set that we could work from and evolve. And all of this has been done with science feeding into it. And within the first few phases, we were really more so focused on the socio-economic and ecological learnings rather than the pure science and ecological outcomes. Although that has fed into our publication portfolio. So this is just a snippet of the work that we've been doing over the past 6 months, but we've been able to focus on how our practices impact individual corals, how they impact the reef, but also how this model has evolved, how the cost analysis or cost efficiency varies, and then also some more pure science stuff where we've looked at initiating phenotyping for stock selection, looking at how coral-associated bacterial communities change with our processes as well. So I'd just like to highlight, I'm not going to go too much into the detail of the results of this study, but Rachel's publication this year was only made possible by the fact that we work with this network of operators who have incredible attention to detail and were on board every step of the way with our reporting process. So we were able to track and monitor every coral that has been planted, understanding the amount of divers and time underwater that went into these operations, And that allowed us to generate this really comprehensive understanding of how costs can vary with different operators and different operations. So as I mentioned, we're now transitioning into our fourth phase. So we've taken time to clarify our future directions and priorities, and we're moving towards implementing them. But it's just worth mentioning that our Whitsundays operations are still in the earlier phases of this evolution, as they were initiated in 2022. So we're still sort of learning what does and doesn't work with the tourism industry that's slightly different to the one up here in Cairns and Port Douglas. So this is, we've taken stock and we've been able to distill and reflect on our current operations and how they fit into our three-pillar approach. So our first pillar encompasses our optimisation of the coral husbandry. So how can we optimise site-specific practices of propagation and outplanting? And then pillar 2 encompasses our aims to boost site resilience with adaptive stock selection. So how can we pick winners, or how can we augment resilience of the reefs from our activities naturally or artificially? And then pillar 3 represents the integration of all of this into practice. So this has resulted in, since 2018, the application by local site stewards, and it's resulted in this continuous evolution by informing the research, but also to improve our techniques, just so we can continually optimise our outcomes. So not only are we adapting practices with this approach, but we're also sharing our learning. So a lot of the questions we're asking are applicable to restoration efforts globally. So that is a really important part of our approach. And then, of course, we don't see Coral Nurture Program as the only people to be feeding into these pillars. There are a lot of people in the room that are pioneering research in these different areas as well. So all of this can be fed into with collaborations. So briefly, we've been able to plant over 100,000 corals. We have activity at over 30 different sites. And of course, with a focus on increasing resilience, we aim to use a lot of different coral species. So we've had quite a high diversity on our nurseries, and that have been outplanted. So on the topic of ecological resilience, we've operated in the past with the idea that if we can boost abundance of corals, we can increase or maintain the biodiversity at sites, and hoping that we can capture natural variation in resilience. So hopefully we get some winners in the activities there. But with the mounting stresses that coral reefs are facing, we understand that we need to focus more on our adaptive stock selection. So instead of just using fragments of opportunity, if we can target to use parent colonies that are the winners, if we can figure out a way to select them, that will be most valuable moving forwards. So with our transition into that fourth phase is what we've been really focused on in the past 6 to 8 months. So before the summer, we took the opportunity to reflect on how we could maximise our lessons learned if there was a thermal stress event, hoping that it wouldn't happen, but if it would, that we would learn as much as we could from it and improve moving forwards. So we were able to set up a range of experiments, and one of them I'm just going to touch on briefly. With the idea of selecting winners, we selected over 50 different parent colonies of 3 different coral species, and we chose these based on a few different characteristics. So we looked at colour morph, size of the colony, depth, and the microhabitat that they were in, with the idea that if a coral colony is a big enough size, it might have survived a previous bleaching event, so may have some inherent resilience. And these are all traits that different restoration efforts are using to select their supercorals or their more tolerant corals. So we're seeing if that would work with our approaches here on the Great Barrier Reef. So in the process of selecting our parent colonies, we used a piece of equipment developed by UTS, which conducted a rapid heat stress assay. So we have a general idea of what the thermal tolerance of our genotypes might be. And then over summer, we've monitored these corals on our nurseries and on the reef and in outplanting plots to see how they go, and basically cross-reference that back to the pre-summer tests that we did. So I don't have a lot of results yet. Have been collecting a lot of data over the past few months, as you can imagine, but just quickly I'll show you the variation that we've seen in some responses. So on the top there you've got an Acropora, and this is the same genotype throughout the summer. You can see that it's grown really nicely on the nurseries and it hasn't exhibited any paling or signs of stress. However, on the bottom there we've got a Posilopora, and that was the only one of approximately 18 genotypes that exhibited paling. And it exhibited paling across all of the nurseries that we put them on. So that's quite interesting. We do have a variation in responses. We also had a variation in responses on the reef. So I'm going to be working to see if we can distill all of this information into a sort of recipe, so we can develop a tool to give to practitioners to select those more tolerant parents. Not necessarily expecting that I'll be able to figure that out with just one experiment, but hoping that we can also just identify some avenues for future research where we can really fine-tune these practices. So just a huge thank you to all of our collaborators, everyone in the Future Reefs team, and lots of people I didn't write on there too. I'm really sorry if I missed you. But it's been, a great pleasure to work with all of you guys throughout my PhD and now into my postdoc. So I'm really grateful and look forward to the future. Thank you.
Any questions in the room or any questions online? Paige, I'm sure there are questions. People will probably grab you in at lunch for more of a talk about your work. I'd like to now invite Kailash Kook to the stage, who is going to talk about lessons learned implementing mineral accretion and coral gardening at Agincourt Reef in the Great Barrier Reef, and Kailash is from the University of Queensland. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name's Kailash Kook. I'm an undergrad student at the University of Queensland, and today I'm going to be presenting some work that I did very recently, implementing mineral accretion and coral gardening at Agincourt Reef just offshore Port Douglas. Before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and sea country where we were working for this project, the Agincourt people, and I'd like to pay my deepest respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. It was such a great honor to work on such beautiful sea country throughout this project. I'd also like to acknowledge Nathan Cook, who was the leader of this project, and without his dedication and perseverance, this project would not have been possible. And he was meant to be here today, but due to some logistical issues, he is still over in the Middle East working for KAUST. And we are both reef stewards because we live and breathe coral reefs. And nothing brings us more pride and joy than to watch a degraded reef ecosystem be restored to a thriving community. And this project exemplifies that pride very well. So in 2017, Nathan and I were working with Reef Ecologic, and we were contracted by Quicksilver to help restore this very localized area of rubble, which they identified just offshore their pontoon at Agincourt Reef. And this was a very unique opportunity because it was very close to some very high-level infrastructure that we don't often see on these outer reefs, and the rubble area was quite small and surrounded by very healthy coral reef on pretty much all sides. So we went through a decision-making process and decided that this was a cool opportunity to implement a very novel restoration method and first of its kind for the Great Barrier Reef. This slide makes it look pretty normal. We started off with 6 frames, 1.5 by 3 meters, and we arranged them all over this rubble pile, and we also left 3 control areas that we could use to compare our results. And onto these frames, we planted 48 fragments of 5 to 10 centimeters in length. From memory, there were 6 species, 4 Acroporas, and 2 Montiparas species. And then, onto 3 of these frames, we decided to implement the mineral accretion technology. Now, this mineral accretion technology has only been tried a couple of times, and it works through the process of electrolysis. So bear with me while I take you on a little bit of simple electrochemistry for the next couple of minutes. So in the ocean is this big soup of minerals that organisms utilize to their advantage all the time. There's a lot of water, a lot of calcium, a lot of magnesium, and this all interplays with atmospheric concentrations as well. Pretty much all of us here probably come across this reaction at some point in our careers. This is the process of ocean acidification, but also the process of carbonate deposition into the ocean. The way it works is that carbon dioxide dissolved from the atmosphere reacts with water and creates carbonic acid. Now, carbonic acid is really interesting because it has 2 hydrogen atoms attached to it. So it has to undergo 2 processes of hydrogen dissociation before it's gotten rid of all its hydrogen ions, leaving calcium carbonate. And this leads to quite a bit of hydrogen ions being present in the water, and we are more familiar with this as the lowering of pH. And these hydrogen ions exert a pressure against these equilibrium reactions, which often result in this 3rd step of the reaction, the most important one that creates calcium carbonate, not occurring very frequently. And this is a big problem for every organism that uses calcium carbonate to build solid structures, coral in particular. So the way mineral accretion works is we put in an electrolytic cell and apply a voltage. And one very simple reaction occurs at the cathode that changes the game for coral growth. And it's this one here, if the thing wants to work. There we go. It gives these hydrogen ions, these things that are making the water more acidic, enough energy to react together and to bubble away as hydrogen gas. And then this has a chain reaction effect, which means that the hydrogen ions disappear, which means there's no more pressure up against the equilibrium reaction, which means that calcium carbonate flows into the water column much more frequently than it would normally. So much so that around the cathode, we see that solid calcium carbonate literally precipitates onto the cathode. And the idea with this is that because it's so much easier for corals to produce their calcium carbonate skeletons, they can devote more resources toward things like being more thermally tolerant or dealing with disease and predation and all that sort of stuff. And this has had very good success stories being present, particularly in Thailand and in Indonesia. So for our project, after a year of implementing this mineral accretion, you can see that there's a nice little layer of calcium carbonate, and you can even see where that arrow's pointing. There's some of those hydrogen bubbles bubbling away. But this photo does also show that the coral cover isn't looking too good after a year with current flowing through these frames. And that was the biggest problem that we found. So after a year where we would expect to see some substantial coral growth, we found that there was no significant difference in live coral cover, and actually there was on average a decrease in live coral cover on the treatments that were powered. So in 2019, as this was a tourism-based, where aesthetics were in mind as a goal, we decided that this wasn't going to work in the time frame that Quicksilver wanted, so we unfortunately had to stop the electrolysis experiment. We also still had a collecting permit active, so we tried to plant some more corals onto the frames to replace these colonies that had died, and we also made them a little bit bigger than previously to try and kickstart this coral growth. And as you can see through the rest of the experiment, coral cover was as we'd expect for a very healthy reef. Once we finally stabilized that rubble and we got those corals attached, it just took off. Some of the statistics that we used to prove these results, we collected results via random point sampling, so we used a mixed linear model, and we treated before and after the intervention as 2 separate experiments. So you can see before there was no real significant results, whereas after we had insane levels of live coral cover, which translated to exactly what we were contracted to do. This reef is still growing to this day, and it is one of the highest increases of coral cover that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. The only sour taste that this project is leaving in my mouth is that we never really worked out why the mineral accretion didn't work. Now, I really believe that this technology has the potential to be very groundbreaking in the coming future with the increased impacts of climate change and so forth. I've seen this effect, when this is done properly, corals are much more resilient, grow much faster, and are much more vibrant in color. In this situation, though, we have attributed it down to two things. We think that because it was a bit hard to get the appropriate personnel, such as electricians and divers, to go out and monitor all the circuitry and stuff that we had running off the pontoon. The pontoon's also solar powered, so we think that that might have had some interplay here. We think that the voltage was fluctuating, and that has never really been tested to this day, but we have had anecdotal evidence that fluctuating voltage makes it relatively stressful for the coral, because it means that all of a sudden calcium is really easy to accrete, and then all of a sudden it's not. And the other reason that we think this might have happened was because the coral fragments we planted were very small, and we do think that once we put those bigger fragments, they had enough resilience to be able to start facilitating their own growth more effectively. We did also find that the mineral accretion technology did help to stabilize the rubble more effectively than the frames that didn't have mineral accretion attached to them. So there is potential for this process to be used to help probably in areas where the rubble is a little bit looser than the stuff we see here, but in areas where the rubble is really silty, really loose, and really fine, we might be able to use this to help cement that rubble into place and allow for more easily restored, localized reef interventions. But ultimately, with this project, the coral gardening in tandem with substrate stabilization through the use of steel mesh was the most effective, and we took the mean coral cover across all treatments and control sites from less than 5% to a mean of 75% live coral cover across both the treatments where we planted coral, with a mean of 14% live coral cover in the control areas. And we reckon a lot of that live coral cover in the control was due to spillover from the treatment sites. And all of this was recently published in Ecological Management and Restoration last year, and it was a really big pleasure to put this out into the scientific community. And we hope that this can be replicated in an area where we can get the appropriate personnel and try and get the results of mineral accretion on the Great Barrier Reef as we have seen throughout the rest of the world. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much to Reef Ecologic and Quicksilver for helping support this project. And yes, I'm open for any questions.
I'm sure we've got questions. Any questions in the room? None online. Thank you for checking. Yes.
Hey, thanks. Firstly, I wanted to say thank you for honestly going over the challenges that you've had. I feel like people are often afraid of saying what hasn't worked. But you said it's been used overseas. So, of course, tourism industry is hard, as you said, because they're looking for the quick coral growth and that return on effort. But do you know what industries it's been used in collaboration with overseas, like maybe hotel industries that are close to the water?
You do raise a very good point. It has mostly been used with tourism industries, but it has also mostly been used on fringing reefs, which we actually connect them up to the grid overseas, which we thought we'd be able to. We had solar power, but we also had backup diesel generators on the pontoon, which it actually turns out they never ended up using the backup diesel generators to keep it running. So it was something that we thought we could overcome with this project, but of course just all these logistics compounded on top of each other, and it was still worth a good shot. Like I said, I do think it could be replicated on a setup such as this, just with a little bit tighter management, and now with the hindsight of being able to focus our attention into what's more, what's important.
Thank you, Kailash. And this is from the online person. What potential do you believe there is or will be to link electrolysis tech to offshore or similar projects compared to ports and coastal infrastructure?
Let me think about that for a second. Can you just repeat the last part of that question again, sorry?
What potential do you believe there is to link electrolysis to offshore or similar projects compared to ports and coastal infrastructure?
Well, that obviously comes with the challenges, as I just stated, where we don't have that infrastructure in place to provide appropriate current to these offshore reefs. But I do think that there is potential in place, especially with areas such as these pontoons, where we can maybe with the addition of some smaller infrastructure, but also with the increasing efficiency of renewables as well, such as solar. And I've also heard in the Gillies they've been trying to implement using tides to help power this. That's still in press as far as I'm concerned, and no results have been released, but that is a project that is happening, and if we can get that working, we'll provide a good method of transitioning from coastal to offshore reef ecosystems with this technology.
Thank you. Thank you for the collaboration and making sure we've got questions from our online audiences in the room today. Thank you. Thanks again, Kailash. Great presentation. Join with me in thanking Kailash while we welcome Abbi Scott to the stage. Abbi is now going to talk to us about the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub, an open, place-based, collaborative network for local reef stewardship, and Abbi's from James Cook University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Abbi, and I am a researcher at James Cook University, and I also coordinate the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub. So, as you can tell from my accent, I'm from England, and that's where I learnt to scuba dive and, fell in love with the ocean, really. But now I'm fortunate to have spent 7 years diving and studying the Great Barrier Reef. So I'm honestly not sure if I'll ever be able to go back to diving in a dry suit in the cold, murky waters of England, but we'll see. So today I'm here to talk to you about the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub, which is an open, place-based collaborative network for local reef stewardship. So I just want to thank everybody who's been involved in the network, from the local partners to everybody who's collaborated with us so far, and in particular the traditional owner groups that we've worked with and on whose sea country we've worked as well. So the Gunganji Mandingal by Yidinji, Mandingal by Yidinji, Gimoy Wallabara Yidinji, Irakanji, Jabagai, and Jabalbina ranger groups. I want to pay respects to their elders past, present, and emerging, and just thank them for their involvement and knowledge that they've shared so far with us. So today I'm just going to give you a bit of a history of the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub, tell you what we've done so far and where we hope to be going. So where did the hub come from? Well, in 2020 there was an increase in the reef stewardship types of projects that were happening in the Cairns-Port Douglas region. And so there was a focus group discussions that were held to explore the idea of forming a hub. So these were really driven and led by GBRF, and in particular Jen, who's standing at the back there, who's done a lot of work in making the hub happen and driving us forward as well. So thanks, Jen. And it was agreed that a hub could be an open network of people in the region working together, supported by a shared vision and a coordinator, and locally agreed governance arrangements as well. And throughout these focus groups, it was highlighted that to be successful, this would need to build on the efforts that are currently underway in the region, because the Cairns-Port Douglas region is a powerhouse region for reef stewardship activities, and the skilled people that we have in this region is just amazing. That was the case in 2020, and it's still the case now, even more so. So the hub was kicked off in January 2022, and that's when the hub coordinator came on board, or the coordinators. So myself and my colleague Katie Chartrand at JCU coordinate the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub. So we kicked off in 2022, and I'll kind of talk through some of the activities that we did during this time, but just so you have an idea of what the timeline looked like. So in 2022, we really kicked off discussions with the whole network, trying to understand what everybody was up to and where we could provide value. And we kicked off some collaborative activities. We had some capacity building initiatives as well during this time. And then last year in 2023, we kind of really tried to refine this and target some impactful actions. So we expanded some of the pilot projects from the first year. We worked to deepen the engagement that we had with the traditional owner groups and had some targeted activities towards the ranger groups in terms of capacity building. We refined our strategy a bit and produced tools and learnings along the way too. So where are we now in 2024? Well, our funding runs out in June 2024, so we're looking to try and extend this out to the end of the year. And ultimately, the goal is to have long-term funding to support this work so that we can plan long-term activities and keep supporting people in this region. So there's a few key principles of the Hub that came out in those first focus groups and that have really carried us forward and that we still stick to now and will do going forwards. So the Hub is respectful of different viewpoints and diversity. We're inclusive, we are an open network, so anybody working in reef stewardship in the Cairns-Port Douglas region can join the Hub, can come and benefit from the capacity building, join in discussions and give us feedback and ideas. Everyone is welcome. We are collaborative and not competitive. So we really want to help join the dots with things that are already happening. We want to be able to build capacity for projects in the region, and we want to work in with the things that are already happening here. We don't want to be competing with anyone else. We want to collaborate and work together. We are action-focused, so we want to see outcomes for the reef and practical things happening on the ground. And we're adaptive, we're learning as we go, so we are constantly looking for feedback from the network, we're taking on people's ideas, particularly during this first 2.5 years, which has been our pilot phase, really looking to see what's working well, what's not working well, and where can we improve. So who is involved in the Hub network? Well, there's a diverse group of organizations, and these are just some of the logos of people who've been involved during the past 2.5 years. You can see there that we have academic organizations, tourism operators, ranger groups, industry, NGOs. So there's a really diverse group of people who are working in this space and have joined in with us. So where are we going? I'm going to talk a bit about what the Hub is and how we've kind of implemented some of the activities to get to where we are today and the kinds of things we want to focus on going forward. So at the start of this year, we've really been talking to some of the key members of the Hub and talking to the steering group about what has worked well and what can we take forward and really getting clear on exactly what our purpose is and how we can achieve this going forward. So with that in mind, what is the purpose of the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub? I'm finally going to tell you after the middle of my presentation. We've been building up to it. So we are a place-based initiative to strategically enhance, empower, and connect the diverse efforts of local organizations to support the Great Barrier Reef, resulting in transformative benefit. And how do we do this? We want to build a skilled network, facilitate collaborative practical reef science, and we want to champion local voices. And this can support a few different key outcomes, so strengthening collective capacity to care for local reefs and benefit the community, identifying critical gaps in knowledge, and shining a light on local efforts and partnerships. So how have we been doing some of this so far? We've been doing quite a lot of capacity building activities to build skills in the network. So we've run Coral ID workshops with Russell Kelly. So looking to run workshops that can provide skills which can benefit a range of different projects that are happening in the area. Some of those more foundational skills. We've had on-water training days. So the picture you can see at the bottom there was just before the AMSA conference in Cairns, where we had local scientists come, local scientists from the reef tourism industry and the network, but also scientists who were coming in for the AMSA conference came out to the reef with us as well. So we had Carly from AIMS sharing some of that CAD device technology and monitoring, and we also showcased some of the local stewardship like the Mars Reef Stars that were out at Moore Reef. So really connecting some of that local knowledge in with the broader science has been a key area as well. And as part of some of the collaborations and pilot projects that we've had, we've worked with AIMS out at Moore Reef and delivered workshops as part of this, which we've opened up more broadly to the Hub. We've also included talks from external scientists and organisations within the hub to really share knowledge and build skills. And we've delivered the spawning school, which Katie and Sterling spoke about yesterday, so hopefully you all caught that talk. But that was a workshop focused for Indigenous ranger groups around collecting coral larvae, culturing these, and how this can be used out on the reef. So in terms of moving forward, we're looking to really build on all of these things. Our feedback from the network was that this has all been really valuable skills for them, and they've enjoyed these workshops. So looking to identify other areas where we can deliver these types of workshops with broad appeal in terms of projects. We've also been facilitating some collaborative practical reef science. So hopefully if you haven't been in this room all morning, you caught Matt's talk, which was specifically about this project in the other room earlier. So the More Reef Collaborative Monitoring Project was one of the first collaborations that we ran through the hub. So partnering up with Matt and the RAP engagement sub-program, and then also the CAD team at Ames. So this involved a variety of different activities, and I won't go into too much detail, but there was training for the hub around how we can monitor these devices. There was an experiment that was set up at More Reef with a couple of key partners around how these devices perform in rubble habitats. And then there was a broader study looking at what the visitor perceptions are of these types of reef interventions, not just the CAD devices, but some of the other interventions too. So definitely catch up on Matt's talk or chat to Matt if you want to find out more. So after that first collaborative project we did with the hub, we wanted to think of other ways that we could all collaborate together and provide really important data that wasn't otherwise out there really. So we wanted to understand more about regional scale coral recruitment, and this came from an idea that John Edmondson at Wavelength said to us about getting settlement tiles out on the reef more broadly, and how could we possibly do this, and what were the permit things that would get in the way. So we overcame those kind of obstacles in terms of permits and managed to plan this kind of study in 2023 off the back of the spawning season there. So we had settlement tiles which were deployed by the operators and organisations whose logos you can see there, and they were deployed at these 5 reefs, either 2 or 3 sites, to really understand how relative recruitment can vary between these reefs. And it wasn't just the field work that we brought everyone together for. These were also analysed in the lab with help from 18 participants from 9 different organisations, so not just the organisations who helped to deploy them. And so we taught people in the lab how they could analyse these tiles under a microscope, how they could count the coral recruits that were on there, and even identify these to some level. So this kind of just shows you the types of data that we can collect with a network, and these kinds of data that aren't out there and can be applied to initiatives like RAP or other big projects that are out there that want to understand what is the coral recruitment like, what's the source and sinks reefs, and even more important in this bleaching year, that we could hopefully look at this again next year and understand what the differences are over time as well. So this is just some very, very preliminary data plotted up by tile, but just to kind of see what the power of this data can be going forward. And the last thing that we want to do is really champion local voices. So far, we haven't been so active in terms of having a social media profile, but this is something that came through very strongly in terms of the feedback. You know, we've been building this network now for a couple of years, and now we really need to step up and have a bit more of a voice and advocate for the local community. So far, we've kind of been doing some strategic advocacy work and some media around some specific projects that we've had. So working in with Tourism Tropical North Queensland to talk about the Tile project and even appearing on ABC Breakfast. And then getting local news coverage of some of our other projects, such as Spawning School. But yeah, just that's been very project by project based. But this is something that we are going to work on going forward. And so we have a new website that's just launched this week. So you can scan the QR code and get that. And then we also have a new Hub Instagram, and we will have a Facebook as well. So please jump online and follow those. And the idea behind this is really to be able to share some of the work that the Hub's doing, but also championing the local voices, sharing the work of the region, because there's so much amazing stuff happening here, and we want to showcase that. So please jump online and follow. And if you want to be involved in anything that we're doing, you can get on the mailing list, you can come and have a chat. I'm keen to hear from everybody, and thanks to everyone who's been involved and who has collaborated with us so far.
Thank you, Abbi. Probably have time for one or two quick questions, if there's one from the room or any from online. Well, Abbi, I'm sure people will have questions for you, potentially in the lunch break. So thank you very much, Abbi. And while Abbi's making her way off the stage, it's my pleasure to invite onto the stage Gillian Paxton from James Cook University, who's going to be talking about cultivating capital, enhancing communities through Great Barrier Reef, adaptation and management. Thank you, Gillian.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Can you hear me? So first of all, I want to acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any traditional owners here with us in the room and to the 70-odd traditional owner groups who have practiced care for the Great Barrier Reef for millennia. So my name's Gillian and I'm an environmental anthropologist from the Cairns Institute at James Cook University. And in keeping with the theme of this session, which is around how forms of care and stewardship build both ecosystem resilience and the capacity of communities to adapt to change, I've called my presentation today Cultivating Capital, Enhancing Communities through Great Barrier Reef Adaptation and Management. And I draw on qualitative social research that my colleagues and I have conducted as part of the Traditional Owner and Stakeholder Engagement sub-program of the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. So it's a green button? Yep, cool. So in this presentation, I want to use insights from this research to outline a holistic framework that demonstrates the connections between the reef's material and ecological capacities and the social capacities of reef communities. And this framework also approaches forms of stewardship and care, such as that being explored under RRAP, as critical social as well as ecological practices that can build the social resources that reef communities need to be resilient in the face of change. In making these connections clearer, this framework's not simply a tool for trumpeting the praises of care, but for envisaging and anticipating the multiple outcomes of care initiatives so that we can ensure that benefits are equally distributed within the reef community. So the research on which I'm basing this framework on is the RRAP Regional Deep Dive, which is a comprehensive body of qualitative social research that aims to gain a deep understanding of reef communities and their relationship with the reef. We've conducted 117 interviews involving 140 people living in and working in all regions of the GBR, and we recruited from the communities you see here. We used an intimate face-to-face interview format to elicit candid accounts of participants' everyday lived experiences of the reef and their views on the reef's future and the prospect of RRAP interventions. So this yielded an incredibly rich and valuable body of qualitative data that can be used to explore the different roles and values that the Great Barrier Reef has in the lives of communities, their expectations for programs like RRAP, and the potential impacts, both positive and negative, that these programs have on reef communities. So I've spent hundreds of hours collecting and analysing this data, as has Lockie in the corner over there. And for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to distill those rich personal stories down into a single statement, which is that the Great Barrier Reef is a heterogeneous relational field that affords multiple and often overlapping opportunities in people's lives and experiences. So while the content and the detail of people's accounts might be different, everyone I've spoken to for the regional deep dive, whether it be a scientist, a fisher, a traditional owner, or a bureaucrat, has discussed the reef as four things at the same time and sometimes in the same sentence. First, it's an objectively existing environment that offers material structures, processes and substances, a diverse community of living beings, and a series of unique spaces and places that can be visited and travelled across and lived in. Second, they talk about it as a field for subjective experiences and embodied encounters. So this offers them the opportunities to have stimulating sensory encounters, to experience wonder, pleasure, awe, and sometimes fear, horror, and grief. It also offers them opportunities to engage in practical challenges, particularly in relation to the marine environment and how to negotiate it, and to develop specific skills. It offers opportunities for perception and interpretation and the development of systems of knowledge and meaning. And it also offers opportunities to develop specific interests, personal identities, and adopt particular stances on issues and events. The third way the reef is discussed is as a collective field, a social field, where groups of people interact, collaborate, and sometimes even compete. To negotiate this field, people leverage the reef's environmental and subjective goods to turn them into specific types of capacities or empower. They turn it into economic means in collective markets by transforming the reef's material and ecological and subjective assets into exchangeable goods and services, which is what the tourism industry does. They transform it into forms of cultural authority, like collective systems of meaning, developed valued forms of expertise, art, bodies of knowledge, data. I could refer to, this refers to traditional knowledge, but also scientific knowledge and other forms of cultural translation in the reef. They get opportunities to develop vocational capacity and know-how and different skills, which is a form of power, and also of course, just political influence. The ability to control and protect the reef and influence the behaviour of others and enact change. And finally, the reef is described as an enabled field. And what I mean by that is that most connections to the reef require two things: social connections and a form of infrastructure or technology. We're not used to thinking about the reef as a built space, but no one goes to the reef without some kind of form of technology to take them there. So, and that's kind of crucial. So by articulating these overlapping opportunities, we can begin to articulate how the reef is a source of capital, which is a term social scientists use to refer to any resource that individuals and groups draw on to interact and negotiate their position in social life. So in the field of community development, Flora, and Gasteyer write that no community, no matter how poor, has access to different forms of capital. Sorry, that every community, no matter how poor, has access to different forms of capital. And they leverage and invest that capital for their collective well-being and security. And they outline a framework for thinking about that capital and how a sustainable community has a balanced kind of investments in capital that allows them to organise and respond to situations of disturbance and change. In other words, their resilience. So with the deep dive accounts, we can begin to envisage a reef community capital framework that includes at its heart the reef's natural capital, its materiality, spatiality, and its rich, varied life, and its experiential capital, the experiences, skills, knowledge, and interests that we develop through our encounters with it. These underpin the social opportunities that the reef provides as we participate in the reef community. The vocational capacities we use to complete projects and solve problems, our economic wealth and our livelihoods, our employment, our cultural capital and knowledge systems, and our political voices and influence. So all these capacities are also dependent on facilitative forms of capital. That's social capital. So we just heard Abbi talking about the exercise of social capital, the building of social capital through the Reef Hub. It's also dependent on our built capital. So they are the marine vessels that are taking tourists out to the reef and giving them transformative experiences. There's lots of different forms of technology and infrastructure. So with this framework, we can actually understand care and stewardship as a socio-ecological practice with the potential to build different forms of capital and the broader resilience of the reef community. So before we celebrate these benefits, there are important questions that we need to ask regarding the distribution of existing capital and how reef stewardship and care might impact this. So I want to point out that the reef community is not a level playing field. The stocks and flows of community capital are not equally distributed. Care is, in many sections of the community don't get access to some of the forms of capital I've talked today. So care is not politically benign. It can reflect dominant interests, have unforeseen consequences, and exacerbate disparities. Injustices and disparities occur when sections of the community lack particular types of capital, such as access to the social connections and infrastructure that I've talked about, but also when their capital is actively devalued, such as when, and denied, such as when we see what we see when we see traditional forms of knowledge and authority overlooked in favour of scientific knowledge and research. So another thing with capital is that tensions can exist regarding the practices and objectives of care and the differential authority in deciding who and what we care for. So the intent behind this framework is, yes, not just to trumpet the multiple potential benefits that forms of stewardship can create, but to enable us to better envisage and imagine the potential impacts of care so that we can ensure that it's socially and culturally responsible, equitable and inclusive. We also need to remember that although resilience is underpinned by community capital, which it is, it's also underpinned by participatory and inclusive practices. So those two things go together. So that is it. So today, I'm just wrapping up. The RAP Regional Deep Dive highlights multiple potentials that stewardship and care have for enhancing different types of community capital, potentially the resilience of the reef community. However, as we realise this potential, we need to pay critical attention to the ethics, risk and consequences of care and ensure that we've got participatory processes underpinning them. That's it. No worries. Also, there we go.
Is that on? Awesome. Thank you, Gillian. Any questions from the room? It's a very rich data set that you've got there, Gillian. Any questions from online? No? Well, thank you. Gillian, thank you for your presentation. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome Tim Smith from James Cook Uni. So, Tim, I take it you're solo?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Tim is going to talk to us about a local grassroots collaboration for the restoration of tropical seagrasses in North Queensland. Thank you, Tim.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. Today, I'm really going to bend everyone's mind, and I'm going to talk about seagrass and seagrass restoration. This is a project that it's really a partnership between a lot of different groups, and it fits really nicely into this theme because without the community involvement and the local stewardship or the local groups that work on the project, it wouldn't be as successful as it is. And it's really part of the sort of the key people who are involved, ourselves at Tropwater, but also James Epong, who's the Mandurah Ranger, and he was going to have come today, but he got called out on country at the last minute, but also the Gundoy Rangers and the Gimmoy Wallaburra Udingi Rangers, and so I'd just like to acknowledge those groups and really thank them for being part of the project, and also the Irukandji people, who's also, we work on their land as well, so, and they're part of the project as well. So it's just, yeah. So I'm going to talk about seagrass restoration and how it links in. And so for most people should know that seagrass is really, really important. Particularly it's found throughout the GBR, and it's a really important habitat, not just in estuaries, but also for the reef. It's a fisheries nursery, so it's really important from a commercial aspect, but also for recreational fishermen. And also it's a food habitat for megafauna, so turtles and dugongs, and so that has cultural importance for a lot of different traditional owner groups. And also, increasingly blue carbon it's very important for, and so we're seeing it used potentially into the future for carbon credits. And so I'm just going to give a bit of background to the trop water seagrass monitoring. And so we do seagrass monitoring throughout northern Queensland, all the way from Gladstone, all the way up to Torres Strait and across to Weipa. If you have a look at that photo in the middle, or the picture in the middle, there's a whole lot of dots, and that's all the sites that we've been to over the last 30 years. There's a program at all the major ports where we do annual surveys, and so this gives us a really good data set. And some of these data sets at places like Gladstone and Cairns go back over 20 years. So we have really good understanding of what the seagrass is like in these in these locations. And so we use a range of different methods. There's actually Abbi there in the helicopter looking at intertidal seagrass, and also put cameras down to look at deeper seagrass habitats. And so what we found over time was that, let's go back a step. Seagrass requires light. It's really important for seagrass survival. So if we have major disturbances like strong cyclones and big flood plumes for long periods of time, the seagrass starts to die off. So around 2010, 2011, we had strong La Nina, we had Yazi, we had Cyclone Anthony, and there was lots and lots of floods, lots and lots of rains over multiple years, and we saw big seagrass declines all across the east coast of northern Queensland. And so if we look at Cairns Harbour, for instance, this map on the left here, let's get everything up actually. If you're looking at it on the left, that's the area of seagrass just out here. So straight out from where we are, at the bottom of each little map is the harbour, up the top is the Barron River. And so you can see up the top corner is 2005, and if we get down to so if we get down to here in 2012, after those multiple years of high flooding, you can see there's only this tiny little skerrick of seagrass left. And over time, it slowly started to come back. And if we look at the biomass of that seagrass, we can see through this period of time here, we've got really nice seagrass and a massive decline. And it's taken 5 years to start to come back, and it's sort of upward trajectory, and it's still not quite back to where it was pre-cyclone in 2010, 2011. So our area is back, more or less. It's still got a few holes, but it's slowly getting back to biomass, but it's not quite back to where it was. If we move a little bit further south to beautiful Maruyan Harbour, so this is the border of Goondoy and Mandurah country. If we go down there, so this is on a beautiful day, it's a nice inlet, it's managed by Ports North. If we have a look there, in 2005, there was heaps of seagrass. This whole area up here was all covered in seagrass. There's bits and pieces through the channel, there's some up here, and it looks really nice. This is looking back towards the sugar loader. In 2010, we lost all the seagrass. So through those long periods of low light, all the seagrass disappeared, and this is what it looked like. Move forward 10 years, and in 2020, there's still no grass there. So everywhere else, so we saw slowly increases in seagrass in Gladstone, Townsville, Cairns, started getting back up. Townsville only took a few years, but everywhere sort of getting back up to where it was pre-disturbance, except for Maruyan, and it's really, there's no grass there. So this led to discussions between us at Tropwater, the Mandurah Rangers and James, Ports North, because they're the custodians of that harbour, and also Ozfish, who are a recreational fishing organisation. And so it just started off, everyone was saying, well, how are we going to get this seagrass back? And so we put in, it was putting together a little grant to do some pilot studies to try and restore some seagrass. And so this is James here. We did a few different trials, so over a couple of years, where we put tied seagrass fragments, we put them onto these mats here, we put them onto these bigger bits of Rio. We also tried it on some nuts and bolts. Because we have these issues that we can't actually get into the water, because most of our seagrass is in estuaries, or not most of it, in these habitats it's in estuaries, so there's lots of crocodiles. The mud's waist deep, So we have to find some unique and some novel ideas for how to restore the seagrass, because unlike temperate areas or potentially out at Green Island, we can't get into the water. So it's difficult to collect, and it's also difficult to deploy. So we kind of had to think outside the box a little bit and, okay, how are we going to do this? So we did some trials on different methods. And over time, we started to see some successes. And so this is a little patch. It started off like this, just on some rebar, some few fragments. After 7 months, they're still there. After 25 months, we're starting to get a decent sized patch. So the theory is, if we can start getting some small patches, if we get lots of small patches, then they can grow into lots of big patches and start restoring the seagrass area in Maruian Harbour. So after a few attempts and a few years, we finally got some decent money to try and scale it up. And so this was across a whole lot of partners, organisations, and so this came through the start of last year. And so most of the funding came through BHP, and it's with a whole group of partners. And the really important ones are the ones at the top here, because they're our community partners, really. Everyone else down here is mostly research institutes. So there was a lot of other add-ons, so some ecosystem services, so blue carbon, fisheries impacts as well. But the idea was to restore 4 to 5 hectares in Maruian, but also seagrass, fill in some of these gaps in the meadow in Cairns. So we're taking fragments and then we're putting them back out into Cairns, but to try and fill some of those gaps. And so it's a really big job. So it requires a lot of people. And so what was really good about it, or one of the really nice things about it, was that there was a lot of community involvement. So not only did we had the ranger groups, we had traditional owners come on board, we had Ozfish volunteers, we had land care volunteers, we had 4 different schools come through with over 60 students. We had JCU students volunteer, interns volunteer, and so it was really a big community effort. And we had Ports North staff come down, and then also down in Maruian, actually one of the local councillors popped in and helped out for a day a few hours as well. So it was really a big community effort, and it really gave a good vibe throughout the whole process. And the way we did it was we sort of had 3 weeks of collection. So the different steps is collection, which occurred out in Cairns. So we get the seagrass fragments, we collect those, then we process the fragments at university, so they sort of get trimmed up so that they're ready to go to get deployed out. And you can see here again, there's Manny and Johnny from the Gundoi Rangers. This is the Newman School. This is the school from down at Innisvale. So there's lots of involvement, and it was really good. And then so we deployed the fragments. So we'd go down to Cairns, or we'd go down to Innisvale. We'd set up the tents. There was sausage sizzles on one day, and it was just a really good involvement. But it just got everyone involved, helped people understand about seagrass, helped people take that ownership, I guess, for some of it, and it just had we needed lots of people, because we ended up planting 8,000 fragments, putting 8,000 fragments out, so we needed a lot of people. And so we built that through sort of these community connections, and everyone was on board. And so this was putting the seagrass fragments out. So that's Jaden from Mandabara and one of the Gimoy Rangers. And so moving forward, one of the things that's also been great about this partnership is that it's expanded to include now a seagrass nursery, which we've put in some funding for with Mandabara and Gundoi down in Maruian. But also there's potential for one up here with Gimoy Wallabara Yidinji, and with Ports North, obviously. And then there's been some mapping and some money with the Casselwarry Coast Council to do some seagrass restoration with those guys as well. So it's sort of this whole community, and everyone's opting in to be a part of it. So it's been really good. And so the final question is, how is the grass going? So we've had a very wet season, and this is hot off the press. So just from 2 weeks ago, when we got a little bit of nice weather, you can see here that there is still some grass hanging on. So it's been a big, wet summer, and we thought we'd probably lose a fair bit of it, but there's still a few bits hanging on down there. So hopefully, if they can get through this latest downpour, it'll be there, and it'll continue to grow, and then we'll add some more in this year, sort of August, September, and then we have another year of funding, and we'll have everyone back in to go again. So that's about it. So just a bit of a thank you for everyone for coming and to listening and not being all coral all day.
Thanks, Tim. I apologise, we haven't had a lot of time for conversation in this session because there's been so many presentations, and we wanted to make sure everybody had the opportunity to give their presentation. Do we have some questions for Tim? Great. Oh, that's okay. I've got my running shoes on today.
Thanks so much, Tim. I have 1 million questions. But the main one is, how did you decide that tying fragments of seagrass and deploying them that way was the most effective, I guess, method, as opposed to some of the other techniques that are happening, like reseeding and the sandbags and things like that?
Collecting seeds is still a little bit for us up here. There are quite a lot of seeds we've found, but collection, as the same thing again, collection is quite difficult because we'd have to find areas where there's lots of seeds, but we can't get into the water, so we've got to find some way. And that's actually part of this project, and there's another project that is looking at seeding. There's money to do that, so that's part of this season's work, is that that's investigating how seeding will go. One of the final reasons we went just with tying fragments is the simplicity of it, and it's easy just to hang them over the side. We'll be trying to have a play around with some sandbags as well, getting the right sediment conditions and the impact that might have on the hydrodynamics is sort of our concern in those high flow areas around Maroon and in that mud. So, but yeah, those ideas have been thrown around as well. But this method seemed to work pretty quickly and effectively. So when we had the mats, like the rebar, they didn't work so well because if it landed a bit this way, all these fragments were out of the water and not on the sediment. So when it's quite undulated in the mud, a lot of they worked really well if they landed in a puddle or in a deeper bit, but if they didn't, or the mesh was sort of a bit skewy, then those fragments got exposed to too much, or they just desiccated pretty quickly and didn't survive. So if we drop the bolts in.
Sure, I would love to talk to you more about this later.
Yeah, cool.
Did you find that, because obviously tying the frags to the nuts and bolts and however you're going to deploy them, they're out of water for a bit of time.
Yep.
That doesn't have any impact on their fitness?
We don't think so. So we'll pull them up and they go straight into a tub when they come out. They stay in the tub. We've only kept them out of the ocean for a couple of days. So they come back to the uni, they get processed for a day, but they're nearly always sitting in water. So yeah, and that's why we trim them up so that they're going to start shooting. So, and we're looking at ways of improving what we select, what we need. So do we need ones with more or less shoots? If we can have less shoots and they're still viable and they still grow well, then that'll be better as well, because we threw quite a few of them out because they didn't hit our criteria. So we need to play around with a few of those things as well.
I can see a good lunchtime conversation happening there. Thank you. Thanks
awesome.
very much
Thank you
for that, Tim. And with that, I would like to invite our final presenter to the stage. That's Kimberly Wong. I'm really interested to hear about Kimberly's talk on women in marine conservation, and Kimberly's from the JARI Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and selamat pagi, Buhani, who's joining us online from Lombok, Indonesia. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and pay respects to the elders past, present, and future. It's very relevant to this conversation because, as well, Indonesia has their indigenous knowledge that is very important and needs to be put at the forefront of our marine conservation. So, my name is Kimberly. I am a New Colombo Plan alumna from the Gold Coast, so the land of the Yugambeh people. And I was privileged to intern and work with JARI Foundation in Lombok, Indonesia, a couple of years ago. And I'm very privileged to be able to present on behalf of them today and tell you a little bit about the Women in Marine Conservation Group and their work that is happening in Lombok at the moment. So a little bit about myself. On my New Colombo plan, I had the opportunity to explore the Indo-Pacific and to be able to intern with a couple of groups with marginalised women that, whilst living in the most beautiful and pristine ecosystems around the world, had never been able to get into the water. So seeing those eyes light up when they see the coral reefs for the first time is what inspired me to be here with you today. Similarly, it's the same deal of that light when they see the destruction of dynamite fishing and pollution and just hearing the threats of climate change that may come and destroy those ecosystems with time. So essentially today we're going to start by talking a little bit about JARI Foundation and who we are. Obviously we're not based here, so I just want to let you know a little bit about them and the awesome work that they're doing in Indonesia at the moment. And then go into a little bit about the Women in Full Marine Conservation Group and the 3 pillars that they stand on. So that's educate, inspire, and empower. And then finally, we're just going to do a little bit of a closing remark to see what that means to our reef resilience and our reefs as a whole. So JARI Foundation, Juang Lestari, means endeavouring for sustainable seas. So this is what they put at the forefront of every single one of the projects that they implement. They're a very small team, a very cute team. We call ourselves a little family, and I was very privileged to be able to work with them and become very close with them while over there. And they continue to do very holistic marine conservation works, focusing not only on marine conservation and restoration projects, but also looking at financing, inclusivity, and obviously looking after our women as well, making sure that they're able to enter the space even though it's incredibly male-dominated. They also work in capacity building and making sure that these communities can sustain themselves. So JARI Foundation has 5 pillars. The first one is education outreach. They've got research and conservation, marine ecotourism, community development, and partnerships and networking. So with this, there's a very holistic approach to each of the projects that they get to carry out. To start off, we're going to get to know a little bit about the small village of Porotano. So as you can see, there's a little map of Indonesia up here, and this tiny, tiny, tiny little spot, Porotano, is in the West Sumbawa area. It's located in our West Nusa Tenggara Regency, and it's quite cute. So the Porotano area is very rich in history. It houses the descendants of the Bajo people, which are also known as the water nomads, or the people of the sea. This means that it's home to incredible freedivers and a lot of fishing communities. Luckily enough, they haven't been inundated by commercial fisheries, nor have they been discovered by the tourism industry, but they rely on the oceans for sustenance and for income, these families do. There is a total of 8 islands called Gili-Balu that surround the Porotano Peninsula, and each of them offer a new and pristine ecosystem for these people to look after. So Porotano is quite a beautiful place, but unfortunately it does have its downfalls. So there's a lack of waste management in this area, and therefore it's completely inundated by plastic pollution. It also has a history of dynamite fishing. So a lot of these coral reefs and areas have been destroyed by dynamite fishing, and there's just dead spots that you can visibly see in the area. Like I said before, I've done a fair bit of travelling and I've seen a lot of ecosystems and coral reefs in my time. And to be honest with you, these reefs that are around this Pututana area are some of the most pristine, vast and biodiverse that I've ever seen in my life. And so it's just very surprising to know that a lot of the women that I worked with had never ever seen it in their lifetime. JARI Foundation has worked within the Pututana area for 3 years prior to developing this Women in Marine Conservation group. They needed this 3 years to be able to foster really deep connections with the fishermen in this area and finally get their support to be able to then work with the women in the community. So the WMC, or Women for Marine Conservation Group, was born out of 3 years of fostering trust with this village and being able to empower these women to be able to come to the front and actually feel confident enough to learn about our coral reefs when it's technically not their space culturally. But the idea or this logo came about at around 9 p.m. at a cafe when I was tasked to create the foundation of this beautiful group. And it essentially looks at the 3 main ecosystems in the Gillibalu area. So it looks at the seagrass beds, the mangrove forests, and the coral reefs, which we all know all depend on each other and all make sure that they work within their piece of the puzzle to be able to be nice and healthy out there. We also found that there was 3 pillars, so educate, inspire, and empower, to form the foundation of every single project that we would then bring to these women and involve them in. I'm going to go into these 3 pillars and what they mean and how we've conducted our projects around them. So firstly, meet the women of the Women Marine Conservation Group. These are incredible women. They have their own lives, they have their own jobs and their commitments to their families at home. So joining this group outside of their normal lives was incredibly brave because it's also not a space that is welcoming for women. These ladies were very curious and very dedicated, but mostly just nervous and giggled quite a bit. But this was the first day where we got to meet all of them and we got to give them our little WMC pack, which included a hat, a water bottle, a reusable lunchbox, which was notable because every time we rocked up to class or to one of our field trips, they'd bring their nasi lemak in their newfound container, when usually they would bring it in either a plastic bag or a piece of paper. So they were very excited about that and to show us that they knew how to use it and they're ready to go. All right, so our first pillar is educate. So as we all know, education forms a very, very solid foundation for marine conservation because without it, we wouldn't know what we're talking about and we wouldn't be able to form that connection with the ocean or with the sea. With these women, we made sure that we did weekly lectures and weekly field trips. So not only did we give them basic ecology and biology of our coral reef systems, but we also made sure that they were out in the area and being able to experience them themselves. Like I said before, a lot of these women said that they'd never swum before, never snorkeled before, and seeing them light up, seeing all of this was very inspiring. I had one woman say, "I didn't realise the rubbish was going into the water," when really all they did was throw the rubbish outside of their house. And they didn't realise it was going in the water, which I think for us is very eye-opening because where else would it go? They were very, very brave. So they've gotten to the point where not only can they snorkel and do they have confidence in their ability in the water, that now some of them are scuba certified, which I think is amazing because it's a very daunting experience if you're not used to the water. And then finally, they're now all trained to do coral watch surveys. They're able to monitor the reefs and understand and identify some of those species of coral that we've got out there as well. In this as well, we've also put the Bajo people or the Bajo traditional knowledge at the forefront of their education, and being able to have that collaboration with our fishermen is also extremely pivotal because The fishermen are usually the ones to hold on to that traditional knowledge, and it's never really shared with the women. Now that it's shared with the women, it has a bigger opportunity to then move forward and be continued to be passed down through generations. Inspire. So Inspire is our second pillar. And honestly, I think the inspiration for the women had to have begun when they first met Hani Nusantari, the founder of JARI Foundation, who is an incredibly inspirational, dedicated soul that has done a lot in her lifetime. And she's more than happy to share her experiences with people around the world. So I think that's definitely where it started, and I think for a lot of us women in the room as well, it's very important for us to be surrounded by strong, independent women to be able to see that role model and move forward. They also shared their whys. So we did little interviews with our women out there, just trying to see their why and why they joined. And it was really great because we also got to share that on social media. So a lot of people in Australia or around the world have been able to watch their stories. But what has been most impactful is their sharing within their communities. So that's to inspiring their daughters, their mothers, their friends, their family to also get out into the ocean. One of our notable storytellers was Maria. She's very cute. She's a woman in marine conservation member. She's also a primary school teacher. When we first gave them their packs, we gave them a little book, and Maria would, without fail, every single time take it home, do a little diary, and then would be very stoked to share that with us the next day. So she's also shared this with her students and her friends and her family as well. Finally, our pillar is empower. So to kind of look at our empower pillar, I want to introduce you to Asi. Asi is only 22 years old, but she's one of the most bubbly, enthusiastic girls that I've ever met in my life. She is an enumerator for JARI Foundation, so she collects fisheries data. So she understands the importance of our ecosystems out there. She has fully committed herself to looking after the oceans and also being really engaged in our lessons. She's also recruited other women to join that WMC group, and you can already see that there's something happening within this space, which is quite cool. To close, I just wanted to say that this small initiative from a little locally owned NGO has been pivotal for this Purutano area, because without them, the destructive fishing practices, so the dynamite fishing, may still be going on. The safety of the fishermen and the women in the area who don't know how to swim or have never explored this area would never have been found. And these women would have never been able to explore the area as they have today. We're excited for what this means for the Purutana area and the coral reefs, of course. And we hope that if you take anything away from this talk today, it's just the inspiration that the work that's being done here in Australia with the resources and people power that we do have is actually going far and wide. So Coral Watch and all of the new technologies and foundings of all of our coral reefs here are actually going overseas and able to inspire smaller groups to be able to look after their own. I think there's been a really large focus on collaboration and a worldwide movement towards reef resilience. And so I just wanted to bring this to you today to say that everything does make a difference. And even if these little ladies are just doing a little bit every now and then, it's definitely helping with the resilience of our reefs worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kimberly. Great, awesome for the time. We do have a question online. I haven't got my glasses, so would you mind reading that out?
Thank you for a good presentation, and this is from Naomi Gardner at JCU. Are there opportunities for some cross-cultural exchanges, meetups of women in JARI Foundation for the First Nations women and sea country groups?
That's a great question. I think it would be an amazing collaboration. I think in order for it to happen, we would need some pretty big funding. So I think I really hope that is the case down the line. And I have seen there's quite a few women's groups that we've collaborated with or at least reached out to. But in order to tee up something like that, it would be some pretty big funding that we would have to find somewhere. But yeah.
Hi, Kimberly. Thanks for that. Yeah, I know a little bit about the Indonesian situation. It's great that you're there, working with women in particular. Also, just to look at the plastic situation, it's a big problem around the Indonesian islands. So you mentioned that, the cleanups on the beach. Was there any follow-up? And can there be some more follow-up with this group and other groups in Indonesia that you can see?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Patricia. So at the moment, we're just starting really small scale. So the idea of recycling and waste management in the Portotano area is still quite foreign. They have done a project with menstrual pads, and instead of single use, they have moved to fabric or reusable, which is also already one step. They've also gone into cleanups, which again, another foreign concept, because they didn't understand that this water was going into the ocean and it wasn't just disappearing. It was also the communication of the fact that burning rubbish is very destructive to people's health, and it's not as necessarily a good idea, and whilst it does disappear, it doesn't disappear in a very good way. But there is ongoing works to try and do small things to be able to inspire them to figure out what might be the next step. However, big recycling and waste management procedures or projects would be definitely something that we'd look at down the future.
Thank you. Any further questions from the room or online? It has been a really rich session. Thank you, Kimberly. It has been a really rich session today. Lots of really important insights shared. The value of bringing people and knowledge and collaborations together obviously is generating lots of benefits in terms of empowerment and our understanding about the reef and its health and how to help the reef. I'd like to thank all of the presenters once again and all of the audience members, some of whom have come and gone through this session this morning. I'd like to close the session now and invite you to continue the conversation over lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just open up and then we'll get going as the rest of the people filter in. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Abby, and I'll be your chair for the session this afternoon. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we meet on, the Gimoy Wallabari Yidinji and Irukandji people, and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. So I'm excited to open up the afternoon session of the Local Stewardship for Restoration and Resilience session of the Symposium. I will just go right ahead and introduce our first speaker. So first up, we have Austin Bowden-Kerby talking about Reefs of Hope.
Thank everybody for coming and rushing away from your lunch. I would like to acknowledge the universe for enabling us all to be here at this time. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners and dwellers of Australia, the stewards of the coral reefs, and all of you as stewards of the planet Earth. So I'm coming to talk about Reefs of Hope. The UNESCO just in February approved Reefs of Hope as a decade action, an ocean decade action. And by doing so, the UN, it's kind of a backdoor, but the UN has endorsed now the very first climate change adaptation program for coral reefs ever that's coral focused. The UN has endorsed it, okay? So it is community-based, it is resort-based, it is science-based, and whoever likes it and wants to participate, it's not exclusive. So basically it's a different approach. So if you like it, maybe you'd like to become part of Reefs of Hope, because we need hope in this world, and it needs to be not false hope. It needs to be very real. Okay? So last year, the global thermostat broke. Nobody can explain what happened, but we went over a tipping point, okay? And it's continuing. Thank goodness. I'm so happy it's leveling off, and it looks like it might follow the 2023 line, we hope. What I think is happening is the overturning circulation is actually collapsing right now. I believe that's happening. This year, the new results just came in. We went over 10 millimeters of sea level rise in 1 year. Global record. Okay, and it looks like it's accelerating very rapidly now. So I'm actually cheering that on, because the more sea level rise we get for corals, the cooler the nearshore reefs will be. Okay? So Earth has her equilibrium. She has a fever, she turns on the fan. That's called a cyclone, okay? And to cool these nearshore reefs, we need the ices to melt. And it's very sad, because human beings then are impacted. Okay? So this is the graph on the left, on your left, is the Great Barrier Reef. And what we're experiencing right now in the southern Great Barrier Reef is the dark black line. We've had record heat stress. These are all the years, the bleaching stress levels, right? So the black line shows that we've had record stress in the southern Great Barrier Reef. And the other one is what Cuba just experienced. Cuba experienced something much worse. And what I'm saying to you guys here in the Great Barrier Reef is that our days are numbered, that we can expect degree heating waves of 20 and above. Florida got, I think, 24 or 25 degree heating weeks, and that's why everything died. Okay, so we have to ask this question. What are our reefs going to look like in 10, 20 years? When we get a 20-degree heating week and above, we can expect almost every coral you're planting right now will die. Okay? This is reality. This is not very hopeful. Okay? But this is your reality. I experienced it. Everything I planted died. And I've been doing this for over 35 years now. So I think I've been doing coral work longer than anybody here. Okay? So this is our Fiji site. We had the most amazing thing. The BBC TV came and did a special called The Coral Gardener. We were on 3 BBC programs. Every coral we planted died. It tore my heart out. and your heart's going to be broken. It's going to be torn out of your body. You're going to feel horrible. You're going to weep. And I don't want to scare you, but I do want to scare you because you can do something about it now, okay? Now, this is where I learned my lesson. My corals had died in Fiji. I went to Christmas Island, Christmas, in the Line Islands. It's an atoll, right? And it's quite a big place. I arrived there in 2016 after the 27-degree heating weeks had hit. We searched for days and days to find corals. All the acroporas were dead. All the Poeciloporas were dead. Even the Porites had died. Can you believe that? Okay? So it was really very depressing. And since then, most of the fish have become poisonous with ciguatera as well. It's directly related to the decline of the reefs. So I realized at that point that if I had just gotten there the year before, inside the lagoon were corals that could survive at a much higher temperature. I could have moved them out. They're the same species, but nobody did. So all our most adapted corals died because nobody did anything. I'm looking at the Great Barrier Reef, and your most adapted corals are right in that same position of being wiped out when it gets to 38. That's what happened in Florida. It got up to 38.4, okay? So we have coral populations right now that are in grave danger of being wiped out. Actually, all of our coral populations, but the heat-adapted corals are the ones we have to focus on. So this is the lagoon inside Christmas Atoll, and we looked and looked and looked. I found one little bit of Montipora, one little bit. That's all I saw after days. So we looked for 4 days. Finally, we found a little bit of Acropora. What is it called? Anyway, never mind the name. So we found one little fist-sized piece of coral. I was so excited. Right up against the island by a bird colony. And I'm thinking, well, maybe the bird poop was phosphorus, rich in something they needed. And we found one tiny little, looks like a new sexual recruit on a stone. After 4 days, that's all we could find, looking all day long. Okay? The beach is full of tabulate corals. We know that tabulate corals are very important to their history. They build churches and school buildings out of them. Not a single colony left, extinct on the island of Christmas Atoll, right? So Kiribati, the nation of Kiribati, is the front line of the collapse of coral reefs globally. They have had the most stress of anywhere on the planet. They're on the equator. Mother Earth can't turn on the fan there. It's broken. Cyclones do not form on the equator, okay? So the lessons we need to learn to save your reefs are right there, right now. We can go in a time machine just by going on the airplane, okay? Seriously, we need to really embrace these realities. Okay, now I made this from, I don't know if you can see that, but from the NOAA data. I just went through the NOAA data and counted the number of stress events for each of these points. And these are not really detailed data because it's like 1 point for all of Fiji. Sometimes the eastern side dies, and sometimes the western side, and sometimes the south and the north. And it just puts them all together and calls it condition 3 or condition 4, whatever. So also NOAA has changed their ratings. They've added condition 3, 4, and 5. So condition 1 is green. Okay, I love condition 1 bleaching. When condition 1 bleaching comes to your reef, I celebrate because that's an educational event. Don't worry about it. It's a condition 1, okay? The corals are going to learn how to adapt. You get year after year of condition 1, your coral reefs can learn to adapt better. Condition 2 is yellow. Condition 2, you get a little bit of mortality, but that's probably still good because the weaker guys will survive, and most of the corals still survive. Then when you get to the condition 3, the red ones, and condition 4 is gray, and condition 5 is black, that's when you have an extinction event locally. And that's when, if you had moved corals, you'll still have them, okay? As long as you can find heat-adapted corals, you'll still have them. Okay, so these heat-adapted corals that you'll have in your nearshore areas are on these big flat reef flats. You know, there's really extensive reef flats. They get really shallow at low tide. They are vulnerable to heat. They're jeopardized. So we have to recognize that those are precious resources. They have spent thousands of years evolving heat tolerance, and we need to protect them, okay? This is a very different strategy than what I'm hearing from the Great Barrier Reef right here today, okay? It's a very different strategy. And I'm just saying it's something you can encompass, and no matter what you're doing, no matter what methods you're using, if you access those wonderful corals that have learned over thousands of years, whatever you're doing, incorporate that into your methods and continue, okay? If you're breeding corals, if you're planting corals, if you're doing nurseries, all it takes is a very simple step of locating the very strongest corals, okay? So the acropers are the most vulnerable, and this is the one that we need to focus on. And so what happens on the reef, and it's already happening in the Torres Strait, is when you have multiple layers of stress, you go from acropor-dominated reefs, this is say on the outer reef, you know, normally where a cropper belongs. A cropper is replaced, and it can be replaced by Pocillopora if it's lots of crown of thorns, because Pocillopora is resilient. It has little animals that bite the crown of thorns. So that's my hypothesis anyway, and people have shown that. So, and then it ends up going to either, the end state is Porites and Montipora, and maybe if it continues like Christmas Island, even those can be wiped out. So there's a stepwise, I see it happen all over the place, and there's a stepwise decline, and we need to recognize that. So if we recognize it's happening, we can also then, so if you're talking about coral cover is a very bad measurement for actually indicating coral reef decline. It might be good kind of superficially, but they'll call it recovered when it's all Porites. They'll call it recovered. It's not recovered. It's a completely different state, okay? And will the same fish be there? You know, if you're a fisherman in the Torres Strait Island and you have all these round Porites, where are the fish going to live? The little chromis don't live there, okay? They don't even live in tabulate corals. They live in the staghorns and digitates, right? So depending upon the corals on the reef will be the fish. I better keep going up. So, okay. So the open ocean in Christmas Island during that 27-degree heating weeks never got above 33, okay? It got to 32 only. I'm assuming that no matter what happens with climate change, that ocean, that deep ocean, is never going to get hotter than 33. And maybe my assumption's wrong, but I think I'm probably right, okay? So we need some oceanographers to confirm that. That some those outer reef areas that you plant corals to will never go, even if it's close on the outer reef, will never get hotter than 33 or 34. That the hot pocket corals that you're getting can survive 34, so just move them. They're going to be fine. So we have a tremendous amount of hope because Mother Nature has already pre-selected the adapted corals that we need to use. We don't have to do too much fancy science. We just have to have really good thermal readings from the near shore, and we have to collect these systematically. Okay? And so when you're collecting those thermally tolerant corals, you're going to also collect the algae, the bacteria, whatever makes them thermally tolerant. You've got the whole holobiont and bring it out. Some people say, well, don't put it right into the cold water right away. Well, maybe there's a moderate place. All you need to do is move it to where it's a couple degrees cooler. And then maybe when those grow big, you move some further out. We don't know if they're going to revert into, if they're going to lose their heat adaptation. So be smart about it. Okay. So this new restoration paradigm is to secure those heat-adapted corals. Then you grow them up in your nurseries, and you create a gene bank nursery, okay? They're together here. If you want to you have your heat-adapted corals in this beautiful nursery, you can now collect the larvae if you like, okay? Or whatever you want to do. Or you can trim them. And then those second generation, we are doing a different way. We're creating dense patches of coral. So what we do is we grow them on ropes big. In a year, the staghorns get big. We basically cut that rope up once a year, and we take one of them and refragmenting and put the genotype back in the nursery, and all those other colonies, we plant them out in patches. We want big colonies. Why? Because we want fish. Why do we want fish? Because fish reboot the entire ecosystem. They clean around the corals. They make the rubble, or not rubble, the rock clean and ready for the larvae to settle. So this is a whole different paradigm, these nucleation patches. And then the corals, the acropers have a smell. We've all smelled it. That is a special protein, basically, that coral larvae cannot resist. Coral larvae, it's been proven by the Japanese scientists that the corals will come in, and when they smell that, they want to settle. So you have an odor cue, it's a pheromone. You also, pink, corals have been proven that corals like pink. And they even don't have eyes, they can sense pink and they settle on pink. There's another paper on that. I have a paper called Reefs of Hope, and it was, we can assess it. So search Reefs of Hope and you'll find a link to my paper and some films. So they can see pink, coral and algae's pink. The fish in the corals will clean up around there and you'll have more pink. Okay, so they're seeing that patch. And also, if you have Polypora in there especially, they will hear it. The Polypora are quite noisy with all the little things inside them. So we're looking at trying to get the corals to regenerate themselves. And if you look on a really dead reef and you see a recovery, it's happening in patches. That's what I'm seeing. Usually you'll see a patch, and that patch, oh, here's some corals. And look inside that patch. You might find some big accroppers in there that were the nucleation, like a crystal, crystal nucleation. Okay, so these are the hot pockets in Fiji. We got the whole northern side of Vanuatu and also Viti Levu, where it can get over 37 and there's still corals, okay, believe it or not. Okay, this hot pocket here is north of Lautoka, and it still has corals, and you can imagine the amazing resilience they would have in those shallow areas. There's plenty of areas on the Great Barrier Reef that look like that. So you've got all these precious corals that need to be rescued. This is our main site in the Mamanuca Islands, and we have a double barrier reef system. So we have, I call Papa Bear, Baby Bear, and Mama Bear. So Baby Bear's porridge is too hot. I'm moving them out, okay? So, and moving them to Papa Bear is cold. And so we have our gene bank nursery is on the second reef, where it's moderately stressed, just to make sure that we maintain that resistance. And last year, La Nina, the winds reversed, and the hot water came over our site. For over a month, it was 32, and it peaked to 33 on 3 days. So everything in our nursery was exposed to hot water, and we had to retire 27 genotypes, but we had over 100 genotypes that are strong, okay? So this is the Nuka Reef. The Middle Barrier Reef is doing better than the Outer Barrier Reef. The Outer Barrier Reef mostly died because the corals were cool adapted. The Inner Barrier Reef is now Porites dominated, and the croppers can't even find a place to settle, and the crown of thorns eat them so badly. The Middle Barrier Reef is fine, okay? And this is one of the gene bank nurseries, and so typically one line will be one genotype, okay? And so this was a testing nursery, near shore, hotter water, and you can see it got 34 here, and 2 of our genotypes that we thought were good turned out not to be so good. And so we do a testing nursery as well. If you do it right, you'll have a testing nursery in hotter water to screen them, okay? And then this is the other thing we do. If the corals are already dead in the hot pockets, or it's a place like Kiribati, we have to find the corals that are surviving the bleaching, because these predators will jump on them. The acropora there was one of the few acroporas we found in Kiribati, and those snails are from that acropora. We had 85 snails on one colony, and that was the only colony left. And we saved its life, okay? Barely, okay? Butterfly fish, voracious if you have acropora, and that's the only acropora there. They'll just strip the tissues off. Parrotfish, oh my goodness, the parrotfish can devour corals. So parrotfish, once you have a very low abundance of acropora, it's their ice cream, and they will all come and they will wipe it out. I've tried restoring those reefs. The corals we grew in Kiribati, we planted them, disappear. Okay, the parrotfish eat them right up. Okay, so this is our nursery here. We've got to have a gene bank, and it turns out when you move a coral into a gene bank, with our methods on these metal tables with ropes, crown of thorns can't find them. No matter how many crown of thorns are there, they can't find them. The snails can't crawl onto them. Now and then you'll get a few snails settling in from the larvae. But, and the butterfly fish and parrotfish don't seem to like them either. They're on these ropes. So they seem to be more resilient to every predator, okay? And we also have this cookie method on the tables, and that works very well. And I want to point one more thing out. We found out that these farmer fish, these Stegastes damselfish, are our best friend. When we have very low acropora abundance, from whatever reason, if we're going to find a cropper, it's going to be in these farmer fish territories. So they're maintaining, because they chase away the crown of thorns, they will absolutely chase away the butterfly fish, the parrotfish, and even this horrible Lingbia algae. We had a big problem in our nursery one time when this cyanobacteria just clogged our whole nursery, and we didn't know what to do. And so we found out that if we untie the rope and put it in the farmer fish territory, within 24 hours they clean it just as clean as can be. They hate that algae and they weed it. So then we put it back in the nursery. Okay? So, and if you want to do coral work in the summertime or when there's high UV, shade cloth, no bleaching whatsoever. So we continue to do our work in the summer now. I had a workshop, and I said, how are we going to do a workshop? How can we teach these methods? This is not the time of year for that. So we did everything under the shade. It was fine. Okay? And this is the first coral nursery that I know of that was created at the very tail end of a bleaching, when we had 99% bleached reef in Motariki. And I trained these 5 village guys, indigenous guys, to go out and say, okay, this is alive, this is dead, this is bleached, this is an unbleached coral. I found one. And I said, can you find this? And we filled the whole nursery up full of corals that were either totally unbleached or very slightly bleached. And this was exciting. It took 1 day to make this nursery. Now we have corals that we know are resistant that we can work with. So use the bleaching as your advantage. Okay? So this is, Reefs of Hope is the first UN endorsed climate change adaptation strategy. How much time do I have? Okay. So it focuses on coral species survival. So instead of, okay, here our house is on fire. You got babies in the bed. Okay, are you gonna stay in there and keep repairing your linoleum floor? Or fixing the cabinet? Or washing the curtains? No, you have to get out of that house. So imagine this is like a city of houses that are on fire in the near shore and houses that maybe those kids will die because of something else. But we can move our babies out of the house and help them. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So we're looking more on the survival of species into the future than we are in restoration. I think the time of restoration is finished because what's coming at us is like a giant bus, and we got to get out of the road. We got to get our kids out of the road. So the time for normal restoration can continue as long as you get the right stock, okay? And so if you want to continue as you are, if you don't know about the resistance of your corals, I'm just telling you, you're going to lose everything, okay? I'm just warning you. I don't want you to cry and go through what I went through. This is really important. So we have a new way also of outplanting, and that's patch nucleation. I learned that from tropical forest restoration. So anyway, we're also looking at the communities and the resorts that depend upon the reefs, and we're putting them in the forefront. That's what they really like about, okay, wait. Okay, so we have some really good progress in the South Pacific. We have in Fiji over 300 community-based no fishing areas. It's amazing progress. There was none in the year 2000. That's where they first started, okay? And it was restoring their traditional culture that brought those back, okay? That we have really wonderful government support, and they give us giant clams that they're in from their hatchery for the no fishing areas, and that's happening, and that's really good. It's really encouraging. We have over 600 Pacific Islanders, mostly Fijians, who have graduated from the University of South Pacific. We have 600 indigenous marine biologists, and most of them have no jobs, okay? We're considering this a resource, right? And then we have also a how to make virgin coconut oil, take cocoa and make chocolate out of it. We have a happy chicken product. Celia, raise your hand. There's Celia. We have an NGO partner in Australia. Celia's there. And she started with the chickens because she was a chicken expert and we needed her help. So they helped fund our hatchery. We've produced over 50,000 baby chickens, giving to communities that are setting aside no fishing areas, okay? And this is the approach we have to look at. We have to look at the well-being of the people that are using the reef. If people have no other way of income, they're going to overfish the reef, or their food source. We have to look at the wholeness, the oneness of these communities that depend upon those reefs. And the tourism industry is important too, but the communities will be there even if the tourism closes. Okay, so here's the model, very quickly. We have this army that we want to create of these trained marine biologists, and then we're going to send. The tourism industry wants to take about 100 of them. We figure there's so much demand for these. They want a coral gardening program in every resort in Fiji. They do. So they got jobs now because we've trained them, okay? We've already created jobs for about 20 people so far, okay? We have this training program, and then the rest of them, the other 200 or 300, will go into the villages and live among the people working with the no fishing areas, working with the communities. And we're hoping it's going to spill over to Samoa, Kiribati, everywhere, okay? So the resorts are hiring. These are Sarah and Kaleni. They were hired for by the Plantation Island Resort, doing a great job. And that's our primary site. So I don't have to look out for it. The resort lets these staff look out for it. Okay? DFAT and WWF Australia funded this workshop. We did this beautiful workshop. And these are marine biologists, most of them are tourism industry people. Last year I trained over 100 people. And so this is Reefs of Hope, getting the power in the hands of the communities and the indigenous communities who, those reefs, they're their custodians. And this is really amazing work, okay? It's so good, feels so good, it's so good. We're just so happy because people now have power and they have hope. And it's not a false hope. And the main thing is we have to teach them to select the heat-adapted corals, okay? We're going to get the children, we do get the children involved. And we have all these sites now in Kiribati. I just came back from Kiribati, Tuvalu, Samoa, Vanuatu, okay? This is Tuvalu last November. Now if I go back here, it'll all be nothing but dead coral because Tuvalu had just now a condition 3 bleaching when they only had very little experience. So we moved the corals out. We put them in the coolest place we could find. And because it's up current, this is what we expect. We want to, even though most of the corals are dead, the ones we moved, we hope they're still alive. We're going to go check. And then they're going to reseed the whole lagoon. Okay? So we have to reinvent coral restoration. Okay? I'm going to skip that one. Okay? This is what we've done. This is how they restore reefs. Instead of planting little, the old model was like pine forest restoration, like for forestry, where you put all these little things around. They don't do that anymore because they found out the mortality is too high. What they do now with the restoration of forests in the tropics, they grow 3-meter-high trees, fewer of them. And so instead of planting 10,000 little ones, if they plant just 100 big ones, they get so much better success. And they won't just randomly plant them. They'll plant them in an area the size of this room to create a patch. And they found that the birds regenerate the whole system. Those birds, you have to put it in visual distance of a forest patch. The birds will fly, sit on there, poop, eat the bugs, make their nests, and as they fly, they bring and they poop their seeds, and the seeds start to grow. And if you use even one species, within 50 years, you'll have 100 species there, and the whole patch is growing. So this is how the rainforest restores itself, and I believe that if people would study, they're going to find that it's also recovering based on patch dynamics. And the fish are the birds of the reef, okay? Okay, so anyway, so I don't, but this is instead of planting we were doing big colonies, and now we're thinking, oh golly, we want to involve the children and the youth because they're so important, the next generation. So now what we do is we trim our corals and break them up. We bring them in. These are epoxy coated, just the metal frames, and we plant these A-frames. I'm almost finished. And with the kids, because the kids have planted all our corals now. So instead of us planting the corals, we want the children to plant the corals. And they can grow on sand, rubble, whatever. We weight them according to the currents. And this is 2 years old. And this is the last picture. This is what the people are so excited about their no fishing areas because we're actually creating amazing fish habitat structures as we're creating adaptation and restoration. So it's a holistic thing, and that's enough.
Microphone on. Thank you very much, Austin. That was a really powerful talk. We are just slightly over time, so you'll just have to catch Austin and grab him for any questions afterwards. So the next person I'd like to introduce is Ryan Donnelly from Reef Restoration Foundation, and I believe Cameron's presenting with him too.
Hi, well, thanks for your attention. Today I'm going to run through Reef Restoration Foundation's Resilience and Recovery Program and try and unlock some of the potential that we think this program has for communities as we move forward through ever-changing times. But first, who are we? Reef Restoration Foundation often flies under the radar. We have restoration in our name, but in actual fact we've evolved from restoration and we play very much in the assisted recovery and adaptation game, like much of us at this conference does. Our shtick is very much around community. Community is where we have much of our labour, it's where we get all of our resources.
and it's what gives us inspiration to do what we do. So our main game here today and with our Reef Resilience and Recovery Program is about how we create a model for replication that can be operated by communities. It's very important that this type of model is able to justify the outputs, justify the inputs with significant outputs. And so that's our main game. Most importantly, we don't outplant corals. We started in that direction, but part of our evolution was to move to spawning hubs, and we're trying to unlock some of the potential that we think that this brings to the world of community-based reef assistance. So one of the things that separates this program, I guess, from others is that it focuses on establishing a reef within the water column, away from some of the stresses that you have down on the reef with parasites, predators and competitors, where our learned experience is that things grow faster. And an important aspect of it is that the mobile nature of the nursery is that we can lower the whole assembly down into deeper, cooler water in times of thermal stress like we're experiencing now, and our results are there to see. I won't go into the model of the nursery because that's Cameron's shtick, but my next 3 slides, or my final 3 slides, will focus on the bottom point there. How do we create value? It's very much a case that we can look at each one of these subsequent 3 slides in isolation, but the true value is created when we look at them in tandem. And the only way that we can realise the potential of these in tandem is if we work in collaboration with others. It's often just a case of seeking advice, but working together is the critical part. So when I talk about communities, I'm talking about all communities. It's community groups, it's conservation groups, it could be clubs, it could be Indigenous ranger groups, or it could be regional NRM groups at any sort of scale. There's no real limit to that, and I often field expressions of interest from individuals every day, but also from different community groups up and down the coast of the Great Barrier Reef, and sometimes beyond on the west coast, but also out in the Pacific and parts of Asia that express an interest in how they can do this work with communities and to be able to make it replicable and manageable. So the only way that we can achieve that is to come up with a model that's based on sound scientific principles, but it can be managed by people who aren't necessarily scientists or even have a scientific background. So we've gone with simplicity, a few lessons that we've learned in our 7 years of operation, and we try and make that model as replicable and easily manageable as we possibly can. The second slide I talk about here is when we get targeted, how do we get the most bang for buck by targeting areas of the Great Barrier Reef that's going to make the most of the existing dispersal mechanisms, the conveyor belt of dispersal that we get from source reefs distributing larvae to the myriad sink reefs on the Great Barrier Reef. So the notion here is that we target community groups that are situated adjacent areas that are identified sink reefs, and this is where the collaboration comes in with scientists, with other groups like Citizens of the Great Barrier Reef that are identifying a network of source reefs, and then we can be highly targeted. So by the time you put the first 2 of these slides together, we're starting to create fairly substantial value. By the time we put the third one in to here, we're looking a little bit down the track, I suppose, but we've seen from the good people at the Australian Institute of Marine Science how through their part of the RAP program, they're looking at developing corals that have that are heat adapted. So the algal symbiont is chosen for its ability to survive and thrive in the ambient conditions of the future. But there's no real meaningful dispersal mechanism for the progeny of those corals. We're not there yet, but we propose that our spawning hub nurseries will be able to grow in the advantageous position in the water column, the progeny of the heat-adapted corals, and we can grow them to sexual maturity so that we can put the second generation of those heat-adapted corals out into the environment in their billions onto the existing conveyor belt of larval distribution through source reefs and operated cheaply and efficiently through community groups. So I'm going to hand over now to Cameron to show you how it all works. So thanks very much.
Like many others out there, we use coral fragments, so there's nothing new there. But we had been for a long time outplanting fragments and planting them deeper than 6 metres in clusters of 5, and that's because we wanted to concentrate on quality, not quantity. It was still time consuming, and with limited time underwater, how can we really measure the success? And with all of these outplants all over the reef, it's just not possible, especially with a small team. These are just some of the corals that we're working with on our trees. So we have, now that we're not outplanting, we have access to almost every type of coral. So what we did was we redesigned our program from the ground up to maximise the survival of our fragments to get them to spawning size as quick as possible. This way they can get to spawning size and reseed the reef every year from then onwards. This is about maintaining rugosity, coral diversity and the structural complexity of a reef on a reef scale intervention to help maintain adaptive capacity. This single input, continuous output method is a low cost, low labour model that's easily scalable, requiring minimal effort once set up and leaves no trace if ever removed. So where we differ from the usual practice is that we only use just enough material to stock a single branch. We are building coral spawning forests, and every single branch on our trees is a separate genotype. And each of our trees holds 40 branches. We attach the fragments so when they grow, they fuse back together and onto the branch, and we call this fusion fragging. And this is a way to reform the coral into the shape that we want, which is the branch and as big a coral as possible in the shortest period of time. Now these corals will then join in with the rest of the great spawning event, adding hundreds of millions of genetically diverse corals onto their reef every single year thereafter. And then once all these corals spawn, our part is done, and we let nature do what it's designed to do and do best, and choose corals, let the corals choose where they grow and settle. Now, since we're not out planting fragments anymore, we're now open to almost any type of coral on the reef. Slow growers, hard to attach, hard to find, grows in deep water, and even ones that grow upside down. We don't know what every coral's role is on a healthy reef, so why restrict which types of coral that we actually use? So we have all types: hard corals, thin plating corals, fragile, and boulder corals, meandering corals, encrusting, and even solitary species. But let's not forget the soft corals. Those are important corals too, and we also have non-photosynthetic corals on our trees. So when all of our 150 trees are stocked, we'll have 6,000 genotypes of coral, and this is huge genetic diversity. And all of them can be studied and monitored long term. So we looked at the security of our coral spawning forests and how to protect them. Our design allows them all to be quickly and easily lowered out of harm's way and safe depths. And after the recent cyclones, excessive rain, flooding, and now the devastating bleaching events underway, lowering the trees has already proven itself with no signs of stress and continued growth and fusion onto the branches. We've actually been continued to collect stock and attach them to the trees this whole time, and that's just a fantastic result. Now, we have developed another major part to this project, and this is to do with the collaboration that Ryan was talking about. This is for the quick and easy, economical, mass deployment of ex situ settled coral larvae, particularly with heat-adapted corals, to get them to spawning size as safely and quickly as possible for their own mass dispersal of spawn, all while being able to be easily studied and monitored the whole time. Side-by-side comparison of different species can also be done in the field with real-world conditions and at different depth ranges, plus a whole lot more. Competition for space, pests and predators, detritus buildup, cyclone damage and wave exposure are pretty much now gone. And now we have the benefits of increased growth rates, maximum fertilisation, and not having to worry about the environmental conditions of the reef below. And so how can we achieve this? We have developed our own coral larval settlement device. They are cheap, have a large surface area for settlement, and made from over 95% natural materials, held together with a common binder. These settlement devices can be stacked and easily packed for transport of settled larvae between the facility and the reef and directly to the trees. Once on a reef, these devices simply slid onto the tree branches, and this allows for the deployment of thousands of these devices quickly and economically. Once on the trees, they take advantage of the resort-style lifestyle up in the water column and the accelerated growth off the substrate. This allows them also to grow in all directions. So seriously, what else could you ask for? This was designed for direct collaboration with researchers, institutions, students, and more, to let you guys focus on what you do best, researching, spawning, and further advancing the science, and let us do what we do best, the no science bit, and getting your corals to spawning in the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Okay, I guess in the interest of keeping us on time, we're pretty good now, so we'll just move on to the next presenter, and you can definitely catch Ryan and Cam and grill them a bit more about the exciting coral trees or the spawning trees. So the next presenter is Dennis Stanley from UWA, talking about could an inexpensive, low-tech, low-energy, small-scale intervention that reintroduces normal mixing of the water column improve outcomes for corals during acute mass bleaching events.
Hi everyone, I'm a bit of an outlier talk in that I'm here to talk about ocean physics and look at how measurements that we've taken in the Great Barrier Reef and ocean physics and some computer modelling can all go in to inform what the vertical structure of the ocean looks like during bleaching events. And does this sort of acute stage of the thermal stress, could it possibly be relieved with some sort of mechanical intervention, or at least there's a resource of cooler water available. Okay. Give me a think. Right. We'll start off just to get me going, more or less. This is a time series of the Moore Reef data logger during the 2017 bleaching event. So that's a daily average temperature of the logger. And the orange line is all the data available to that logger over approximately 20-year time period built into a climatology. Okay, so we can see the climatology of this logger versus what happened during 2017. If we add onto that chart those little red circles, those red circles are days where the wind speed was less than 3 metres per second, and the sort of not coloured in ones are 3.5 metres per second. So that's a doldrum day as defined by NOAA as a day when the wind speed is less than 3 metres per second. But what we can see is we can see strings of calm days in a row. We have this departure of the surface water from the climatology, right? And now if we put wind onto the same chart as well, okay? So the light blue trace underneath is the daily average wind speed, and the heavier trace is the wind speed from the last 7 days, right? And what we notice is that if we have periods of lasting high wind, then we get a return back to climatology. So we've got periods of calm days leads us to stretch away from climatology, and then periods of windy days brings us stretch back to climatology. And what's happening here is the ocean physics, is that the sun's energy is coming into the water column, it's being delivered to the upper water column, and it's heating that water. That water's becoming more buoyant, and it gets trapped in the upper water column. What normally happens in the ocean is that turbulent processes, mostly driven by the wind, will stir this water back down and mix it through the water column. So if we have successive days of low wind, we get a hotter temperature day after day because the same energy is going in, but it's not being distributed through the water column. Okay. Ocean gliders, I operate ocean gliders, which is those little submarine-looking things on the front slide. We've operated them through the GBR for the last 5 or 6 years. And they do a complete profile of the ocean from the surface to the bottom every 5 to 15 minutes, depending on how deep the water is. And they do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay. When you see our ocean glider data presented, it's often presented like this chart, and it looks like a continuous image, but it's not a continuous image. It's every one of those dots is a temperature measurement taken by the glider in the water at the time. So it's important to differentiate this from model data. This is really what happened, right? We can see the glider moving vertically through the water column, going up to near the surface and surfacing every hour. And the colour of the dot is the parameter being measured. In this case, it's temperature. And we can see the red areas are 31 degrees and the cool areas are 26 or something. Okay, so then if we put, this was the 2020 bleaching event that we captured really well with ocean glider data. And what you can see is, yeah, there are periods when that logger data goes above climatology, but you can see in the ocean glider data that above climatology water is concentrated in the upper water column, and the lower water column is correspondingly cooler, and that's important, right? Then we had an early arrival of the southeast trade winds in 2020, and that completely mixed the water column over just a couple of days, and the bleaching conditions were gone, okay? And we experienced subsequent recovery in 2020 and 2022. In the bottom frame, we don't have ocean gliders in all the time, and it would be lovely if we did, right? I've added eReef's model output to demonstrate to you that the eReef's model output resolves the same kind of ocean structure, because I'm going to extend this observation into other years using eReef data. Okay. We've had gliders in the water. We had a good period in 2022, so these are divided into bleaching years and non-bleaching years. In the bleaching years, you can see we measured stratification. In the middle one at the top in Cooktown in 2016. In 2017, we measured stratification in the Central GBR. In 2020, we caught the whole event. In 2022, we also caught and measured stratification. In the non-bleaching years, you know, some stratification, but not for as strong and for not as long. All right. Because there's gaps in the data, we can present the same stuff with eReef's model output. And we see the same thing in 2016 and 2017 and 2020 and 2022. We see very strong periods of stratification that lasted a long time. Right? The other years still had periods of stratification. It's not an unusual event, but they just weren't as severe. Right? Now, if I only highlight the areas on this graph where the upper water column was hot enough above the coral bleaching threshold, something jumps out. And you see that it's only ever hot enough to bleach corals associated with stratification. Right? So it's only the upper ocean that suffers, okay? And it's a temperature distribution problem as much as it's an overheating problem. Now, I'm going to show a couple of animations now. And this is ocean profile data. So this is a plot of depth on the vertical axis and temperature on the other axis. So the top of the chart is shallow water, the bottom of the chart is deep water, the left-hand side of the chart is cold, the right-hand side of the chart is hot. And this is ocean glider going down, up and down the water column in the water at the time. We've first got a period of well mixed in 2022, and only about 10 days later, we have the onset of a bleaching event. Okay? So you can see the difference in the water column in the two animations. Okay? Oh, the icons at the top indicate day and night. Okay? So the vertical line indicates the whole water column's at the same temperature. this is a fully mixed water column. We can see the sun's energy being distributed, being entered into the surface, and slightly moving the line left and right, and then every night time we see that fully mixed water column returning to a vertical line. The energy is going in and out of the water column, but it's acting across such a large volume of water that the temperature difference isn't very great. Right? We can see the effects of the turbulence, we just can't see the turbulence itself. That nightly reset to average conditions is important too. So now we're only about 10 days later, and we're going to see the evolution of a bleaching event. Okay? So we see that there's sun's coming into the surface, and there's a small mixed period indicated by the vertical line just to about 10 metres, but the mixing is only occurring down to about 10 metres, and that leaves every day to get successively hotter and hotter and hotter. What's interesting is the deeper water gets correspondingly colder and colder and colder. There's no change to the net heat content of the ocean, it's just that we've got the heat is concentrated in the upper ocean. And when I say no net heat content in the ocean, I mean in the day-to-day basis. So we have these acute periods of coral stress that sit on top of the chronic degree heating lifestyle stress. And it's these acute periods that present opportunity to intervene. Okay, turbulence matters to coral flow, to coral bleaching, and it's not just temperature. Low flow conditions sensitise corals to bleaching and reduce their chance of recovery. Right? So in low flow conditions, they stress, they bleach easier, and they don't recover as well. Tidal flow can support the flow that you normally get from turbulence, the wave action and stuff you normally get from turbulence. But if these events happen and they're coincident with neap tides, then corals are robbed of the flow they need to survive. During low flow conditions, there's less sediment resuspension, so the water column's cooler, so the irradiance is higher, right? And stratified conditions increase the operation temperature. So this one parameter, ocean turbulence, ties together the bleaching conditions that we're all familiar with. High irradiance, low flow, and high temperature. Okay, we measured stratified conditions in 2016, 2017, 2020, 2022, and 2024. There is a resource here. If you have a coral garden or a local important tourism site that's undergoing bleaching, you can know that if you've got water that's 20 to 30 metres nearby, that's how far away the cold water is. It's not kilometres away, it's metres away, but it's just below, it's just underneath you. Right? So, March 2020, I don't know if any of you remember March 2020, but there was a fair bit going on. And the global pandemic outbreak. But there was sort of an unexpected bleaching event, and we got out there and we had already fabricated this pool model that we thought, oh, we'll give it a go out in the reef, and we wanted to prove two things. We wanted to prove the cold water was there, and we could bring it to the water economically. This is not what you'd build if you were trying to solve coral reef water, but it's just a demonstration that the resource is there, and you can get at it. Okay? There's a CTD cast on the left-hand side that shows you what the temperature was like during the day, just under 29 degrees at 20 metres, and at the surface it was just over 30. Okay, so we dropped a piece of ventilation duct down into the water column, and thus water driven through that pump was then drawn up from the bottom in the water column. Did I miss a slide there? Oh yeah, powered by a little tiny motor. We powered it by a little tiny motor because we had a point to make, which was you don't need much power. So that motor is about the size of a golf ball, and that's a small quadcopter battery. Okay. It was put in the water column, wound up to speed. We tested this in the pool to determine the operating point. At the sort of speed we're running at, it's delivering, which is half a metre a second, it's delivering 450 metres cubed an hour, right? And we did that with a motor that was a sixth of a horsepower, right? A tiny little motor. Okay, and we put a thermometer in the output to measure any changes. Okay, and we ran it for about a minute. The water was drawn up from the bottom. The temperature dropped. Yeah, it worked exactly as it was designed to work. Okay? So this sort of shows the low power and the low tech ability to reintroduce that cool water, or to reintroduce that mixing that's missing, right, and the turbulence that's missing. If you scale up this model just in energy, a 1 hectare tourism site to the depth of 5 metres could exchange all its water for 13 kilowatt hours, and that's about the same as a 10 horsepower outboard running for 2 hours. So it's not inconsistent with the sort of energy requirements that we're already doing on reef tourism sites. Okay? This isn't a highly energetically expensive exercise. Yeah, and I think, okay, so I'll let you just, I think, you know, the vertical mixing structure, vertical column, water column displays a load of variability, and within this variability there's opportunity. But yeah, if there's any questions.
Microphone on. Thank you, Dennis. We do have time for a couple of questions. Are there some online, Yvette? Oh, just you, sorry. Yvette's got a question for you.
The answer's no. Dennis, thanks heaps. I want to know, would it equally move water horizontally as well as vertically if you wanted to bring it from the outside of a reef to the inside of a reef?
Yes, you could. The bigger you make it, the more logistically complicated it gets. And I would imagine that the easier way to implement this initially would be to mix water, perhaps with a mobile system or something like that, but mix water that you know is going to be advected onto your target reef. So you sort of move this thing around in order to mix water to move that's going to be advected onto your target reef. So at the right time of tide, you know, water will move that way anyway. My original thoughts were to build some sort of floating channel sort of thing that would direct the water horizontally. And it all becomes very difficult when there's wind and there's waves and there's water. But one of the implications of the work that we've done is that it's only really required when you've got these really calm conditions, right? So the difficulties in deployment might be overcome by the fact that if it's windy, then you don't deploy anyway because you don't need to, right?
Thank you. One more quick question. Yeah, Renata.
Thank you. So has this been trialled during bleaching, and does mixing cool water to the flats actually mitigate bleaching at all? Is there any evidence?
No, apart from there was modelling done that showed it was possible using the sort of devices that they use to mix reservoirs. I think my role here is really to present the fact that there's a resource there rather than prevent the solution. I think the resource is that there's cold water available, and the universe of ideas has to apply themselves to that new resource that's available, and perhaps use it to relieve acute coral stress. And I'd like to stress that there's the acute component of it.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I think we might have to move on to the next talk, but thank you very much, Dennis.
Okay.
So next up, we have a presentation from Reef Check. I think that the presenter has changed. Oh, there you are. Okay, wonderful. I'll let you introduce yourself.
All right. Let's see, how does this clicker work? All right, cool. Hello. My name is Erica Siepker. I'm a conservation biologist and scientific diver from California. I'm here on behalf of Jody Salmon and Mark Gibbs, who unfortunately could not be here today. I've worked extensively with Reef Check California with kelp forests, but I'm really new to Reef Check Australia, so I can do my best to answer questions at the end, but there will be contact information at the end of the presentation if you want better and more in-depth answers to your questions. And I'm also going to be reading off of a script written by them, so my apologies for looking down. These are their words because it's very last minute, sort of, they swapped me in. So we got rebuilding the reefs of Peel Island, Moreton Bay, Queensland. Thank you for coming to this presentation. As we know, there is a lot of reef restoration occurring within the Great Barrier Reef. So this is a great opportunity to showcase another region where reef restoration has great potential and importance in the long term. Our project focuses on Moreton Bay in southeast Queensland, in particular Peel Island. Over previous centuries, Moreton Bay hosted large expanses of vibrant coral reefs, as you can see here. these reefs have largely disappeared as a result of three processes. First being European colonization of what is now southeast Queensland. Many of the reefs failed to keep pace with rising sea levels and hence were slowly buried. Secondly, the remaining viable reefs were decimated due to targeted limestone extraction during the 19th and early 20th centuries. And mining and dredging activities that has now ceased. However, ongoing impacts of reduced water clarity and increasing sedimentation as a result of both episodic and ongoing resuspension of fine sediments deposited in the bay from agricultural and urbanized catchment runoff has led to the demise of all but two main reefs in the system. A report by the Queensland Museum, Wallace et al. 2009, identifies that the few remaining coral reefs in Moreton Bay are regarded as being close to environmental extinction. We believe this is even more relevant today. Reef Check Australia has been monitoring reefs along the Queensland coastline since 2001, in southeast Queensland since 2007, resulting in some of the longest running long-term data collection available for the region. After noticing changes in Moreton Bay, the increasing amount of siltation at certain sites, reef restoration activities were discussed, and in 2019, the planning began to look at the possibility of creating reef restoration research projects in Moreton Bay. And here's a map. As you can see, these photos are not as pretty and pristine as the ones previously. Peel Island is after noticing changes in Moreton Bay and the increasing amount of siltation at certain sites, I just read that one. Peel Island is an iconic place in Moreton Bay, steeped in both Indigenous and European colonization history. Peel Island is now heavily used for recreational fishing, and the southwestern side, known as Horseshoe Bay, is the premier anchorage for recreational vessels. Surveys of the southern end of Horseshoe Bay undertaken by Reef Check Australia reveal remnant coral skeletons and rubble beds, and sparse surviving coral colonies demonstrating that this location once hosted a thriving coral reef community. The demise of coral reefs observed through levels of coral cover along the Queensland coast has been well documented. It is also well understood that this demise has primarily been a consequence of the increasing inputs of fine sediment runoff from catchments. It is also well recognized that the inputs of fine sediment into Moreton Bay have substantially increased since European colonization, and large flood events over the recent decade have exacerbated this. In the case of Peel Island, the flood plume from the Logan River flows northwards past Peel Island and represents an almost continuous supply of suspended fine sediments. In areas that have less flow, these fine sediments can fall out of the water column, smothering benthic organisms such as coral colonies. So the theory therefore suggests that under these new environmental/water quality conditions, coral colonies can only survive and prosper if they are elevated in the water column so that they can receive more light and are less vulnerable to smothering from fine sediments. The key research question then becomes, at what depth range will corals now prosper given the new environmental conditions? Horseshoe Bay is the premier anchorage in Moreton Bay, and on a typical summer weekend, over 100 private vessels can be at anchor. The site features a beautiful sandy beach, seagrass meadows, and a vegetated and unurbanized island. Restoring the reef on the western side of Horseshoe Bay could recreate the coral reef habitat and would lead to demonstrable ecological and amenity values. However, what is not clear is whether corals will be able to survive at this site in the current water quality regime that features reduced light penetration and increased suspended sediment loads. The overall purpose of this research project is therefore to ascertain whether this site can now support corals, and if so, at what depth range can corals now survive at. This project would be considered successful if, if an understanding of the site is gained, is it suitable for restoration activities? Knowledge of the depth range in which transplanted coral fragments survive and thrive is determined. Local personnel are trained in research reef restoration techniques, including installation, demobilization, and monitoring of transplanted corals and structures, and increased community awareness of Moreton Bay coral reefs and their importance is generated. The degree of success of the project will be determined by the number and growth of survival of transplanted coral fragments at particular depths. So, the research project so far. This project is still in its infancy. Today's presentation is to show you where we are at and where we are headed. So far, we have conducted the following phases. First, establishment. The establishment phase consisted of gaining relevant approvals, institutional support, and undertaking an initial site survey at the site. Frames were fabricated on land from rebar and shell grit and were designed specifically to be much higher than existing designs on the market to test the effect of lifting the coral off the substrate and remove the impact of excess siltation. Structures were deployed to the site and allowed to condition over a period of several weeks. Once the structures were conditioned, teams went out and cleaned them ready for coral fragments to be attached. Opportunistic coral fragments were then selected. Our original sourcing reef was to be Goat Island. However, as you can see from these photos, the floods from early 2022 decimated the existing coral population. Results from our long-term monitoring showed a decline from over 40% hard coral cover to less than 4%. This removed Goat Island as a potential sourcing stock. 50 coral fragments were collected as opportunistic fragments from less affected areas around Peel Island. Both Acropora and Pasillopora were collected as they were numerous, opportunistic, and fast-growing. Of note, only already broken coral was used. We did not use those from colonies such as image 1 here. So only decimated coral such as image 2. This shows the fragments being made ready for attachment. Coral fragments were 7 centimeters or less, and metal was used to attach them in the hope of using less plastic than other projects. Corals were attached to the frames, labeled and measured. Each frame has a large number on it to make it easier for data collection and monitoring. We are now in the middle of phase 2, monitoring and maintenance. Fragments have now been on the structures for 9 months. The structures have been checked twice over this period to monitor siltation, algal growth, and survivability of the coral fragments. The frequency of the monitoring is heavily dependent upon weather and the availability of logistical support. High winds, rain, and flooding have resulted in several maintenance and monitoring trips being postponed or canceled due to safety concerns. Our results so far. So far, we have approximately 90% survival of the coral fragments, higher than potentially first expected. The difference in height of the fragments does not seem to have an impact on the survivability. As all are lifted off the substrate by a minimum of 30 to 50 centimeters, this seems sufficient to ensure water movement and distance from excess silt. Pasillopora seems much tastier than Acropora. All Acropora corals have survived and have shown no damage. That's the top row. All Pasillopora fragments have evidence of predation, which is the bottom row. Jody informed me that they don't know exactly what is predating on the coral, and they might have to put a GoPro down there and figure it out. Several businesses, community groups, universities, and government agencies have shown an interest in the project and the potential for additional projects in the future. We have increased the number of people interested in reef restoration, in reefs in Moreton Bay, and in citizen science. This means, so far, the project is on schedule and a great success. We are thankful that we have received support from a variety of groups and volunteers, including the Moreton Bay Foundation, the Goodman Foundation, Science Under Sail, the Brisbane Airport Corporation, and SeaWorld Foundation to reach our site and assist with ongoing project costs. We are also extremely grateful for the myriad of volunteers who have assisted with any and all components of the project to date. This project is run on volunteer power and simply would not be possible without all hands on deck. As a citizen science organization, we understand the power of volunteers. A key goal of this project was to increase the potential for community members to participate in the program, and it has been exciting to see such a wide variety of people and backgrounds, and a strong passion to see the project succeed. So, what's next? This research project will continue for another 12 months, with a team deployed next week to check in on the survivability of the coral fragments and to deploy additional devices to monitor siltation. This project is still in its infancy, however, results so far are positive. Siltation and water quality remain the largest threats to reefs within Moreton Bay, and the increase in the occurrence and severity of weather incidents will continue to test the resilience of reefs in the region. With such a small number of reefs surviving in the region, we believe this project has great potential, and we look forward to sharing the final results with you in the near future. And for any questions, feel free to reach out to RCA, Reef Check Australia, and there's the email and a QR code right there.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to ask a quick, not too taxing question? Okay.
Sure.
Oh, well, I think you're off the hook.
He had his hand right. I mean, I don't know if I can
no,
answer it, but I can do my best.
You're not off the hook.
I don't know whether it's not going to be taxing, but given what Austin just shared before, have you done any work around potentially, if you can't do stuff at Peel Island, is there other bits of other areas in Moreton Bay where you consider putting these things?
I know that Reef Check has quite a few different projects going on, but yeah, I think to really answer that question, you might have to email them. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll let you off the hook now. Thank you very much. Okay, so our last speaker of the session, and the only person keeping you between getting in the way of you and your next break, is Andy Ridley, who's going to be talking about building locally to scale globally.
Good afternoon. I think some of you will be here to watch someone talking about Acropora from Indonesia. I won't do that. I'm a fill-in, so apologies for that. But I'd like to start first by acknowledging the diverse Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander groups that span the length of the Great Barrier Reef, and pay my respects to elders past and present and emerging for their continued efforts to look after this extraordinary but challenged place. I thought, as I said, it was a bit of a late arrival for this, but I thought I'd try and give you a bit of a sense of what we were trying to do with the Citizens Project, and particularly with two. One is Great Reef Census, which you might have heard a bit about in the last few days, but also the Reef Cooperative, which Tarquin Singleton talked very eloquently about yesterday, and Eric touched on this morning as well. My background is one of sort of much more sort of global movement building, and I helped start the Earth Out project, which is the lights out in cities around the world, back in Sydney in 2007. And one of the things that sort of came off the back of that was there's this incredible world of assets out there, whether it's people, whether it's organisations, whether in the case of the Great Barrier Reef it's boats and skippers and divers. If you're thinking about the current need to massively not just reduce emissions, but also because we've left everything so late, to scale up our conservation efforts, those assets become more and more important in our view in the coming years. And Citizens has really started to try and work out how you might do that. It was one of the hardest jobs I've ever had to start this organisation up. We got a lot of things wrong in the first couple of years. But I think we sort of started to work out some really interesting stuff as we started to build this project called the Great Reef Census. There we go. Great Reef Census came out of that emergency conference that was held in Townsville in 2017. Roger Beeden was talking about it this morning. And one of the things that came up in that was a conversation actually between Roger and Pete Mumby. and myself was the need for broad-scale reconnaissance images from across the entirety of the Great Barrier Reef. And right now, you would never have seen that as a more important thing as well, and particularly after the winter, when we want to go out there and see what is, whether the refugia are refugia, whether key source reefs are key source reefs still, that's going to become ever more important. And as you all know, most of you will be struggling to raise money or to get money to do the things you do. There's never enough money to do this. Do we have $1 billion to build a research flotilla to do it? No, we don't. But there are lots of boats out there that could be utilised. So we started to think about a kind of shared economy approach to conservation, which Earth Hour also had sort of explored to some extent. I'm doing the mandatory logo slide just because I will fail to mention all of these people. There are actually loads more. None of the marine operators, apart from GBR Biology, are on here, and they're a key part of what we do as well. But you can start to see this is a kind of a big cooperative, collective effort. With census, Chris Lawson spoke about the science results off the back of it, so I won't get too much into that. They're much more equipped to do that than I am. But this is what we were trying to do. As I said, broad, large-scale reconnaissance across the Great Barrier Reef, a shareable, scalable operating system, so something that could not just do capturing images off the reef, but start to think about what else that could be used for. Ground truthing habitat maps, logistics, so we call it soft logistics, so thinking about if you can utilize 100 vessels across the reef, what else can you use them for? And another one in there is really to get the data in and then to really analyze it as quickly as possible, so not wait for years, but ideally wait for days or weeks. And finally, a piece that is so frequently lost in conservation, which is engage and mobilize on scale, on a really big scale. Now, with Earth Hour, we were engaging and mobilizing on scale, but often only for an hour, but it was in the hundreds of millions of people. So the question that you start to think is, okay, often in conservation, often in research, people are being designed out of the process. So we, from the get-go, have been really thinking about how do you design people into the process, whether it be in the water or virtually. I won't go too much into this, but this is basically how we sort of see it. So if you can go through the sort of scene, you start with the science and the marine scientists at the beginning, but you also have local experts. It could be a skipper, could be a diver. The tour operators, so the people who own the boats, who run the boats, could be a dive boat, could be a tug that goes out to the reef to service mooring ropes, and you go all the way through to hopefully a result at the end. I'm on a short time, so I'll run on. And this is what the surveys are like for census. Again, Chris was talking about this yesterday. You put somebody in the water, you're trying to get all four sides of an average reef. Put two people in the water each, capturing about 40 images each. Ideally, you'd get somewhere between 80 and 100 images per side of the reef. If the reef's bigger, you do more sites. If it's smaller, maybe you only do two. But you're trying to do the pressure points at either end, the lagoon side and the wild side. And you take a photograph every 5 fin kicks. And it's just a photograph, and you're about 3 meters off the reef. And what you're really trying to do is capture what is the average sort of scene on that reef. We built our own platform to upload, which looks a bit like this. Actually really simple to use. It's improved dramatically every year. We've updated it. But the idea was to try and get the data off those cameras as quickly as we could, so before people went home. So you could load it up onto your phone. If you're on a boat and remote and out of Wi-Fi, we put edge devices on those boats so you could upload straight away. We did find in the first year one of the big barriers was that people would take the photographs, and then when they got home, they'd go to the pub or they would talk to their family and you'd never see the data, the photographs. So a really important piece. And then we set to it. So 2020 was the first year. We did a pilot in 2019 out onto the hardlines. And then 2020, we did the first one. And COVID, which was so terrible for you if you're in Melbourne, for us, there was lots of people on JobKeepers. The boats still need to run their engines. We were able to get quite a big motley flotilla out on the water. And over the years, that's grown and grown and grown. So these numbers are actually slightly out of date. We've now surveyed 615 reefs. It's about just under 18% of the Great Barrier Reef. There's around 100 vessels involved. There's over 120,000 images collected. The data's been going into the COTS team every year to help with their assessment. And we're now in the process of planning, I hope, if we can get the finances in place, a really big census for Great Reef Census 5, which will kick off in September. But that's the the purple dots are like basically where we've managed to get boats out to. So it's a very, very good spread across the whole of the reef. There's still a bit of a gap in parts of the hard lines, but the Swains and all the way up into the north is pretty impressive, and all done by the community. So after 2021, we had a bit of an issue, which was we were collecting so many photographs, the experts actually couldn't handle, and we didn't have enough money to pay them to do the analysis of the images. So we started working with one of our partners, Dell, on trying to create an AI solution to this. But knowing, as I said before, that we were trying to design people into the mix, we didn't want to just hand it over to AI. It turned out the AI was not good enough, actually, to be able to give the analysis of what we wanted from the images. So what you can see here on the left-hand side is what we were looking for, the hard coral types. So we were particularly interested in how much plate coral, how much boulder, and how much branching coral there is on each of the survey sites. So we could get a good idea of what the state of that entire reef was. What you can see here is expert analysis, painstakingly done, using your cursor to draw around the different types of coral. Really, really dull. Sophie over there did many thousands of them and was paid a pittance. But anyway, so we're trying to look at that. The middle one, that was 5 months into our AI modeling. And Dell lent us an AI team in Singapore, actually, for 8 months to work on this. And in the end, we got there. This is the platform. It's actually live at the moment. So if you want to go and analyze some of the images from the last Great Reef Census, that's live right now. That turned on about 2 weeks ago, I think. But what it does is it asks you basically 3 questions. The AI is starting to outline the shapes on the reef. So in this case, hopefully, if there's anybody that knows coral in here. Okay, that's plate. Thank you. So that's plate coral. But basically, every time, once an image has been analyzed about 5 times using a combination of AI and the human eye, we're getting into the high 90s in terms of the accuracy against expert analysis. So that's pretty amazing. So for us, when we think about citizen science, which has historically got a bit of a, not a great reputation for accuracy or being trusted by our researchers, what you actually see is this is, with AI, you're starting to bring citizen science to the frontier of conservation. And that's really interesting, because if you're trying to engage millions of people, they need to have something to do other than just be asked for money or to sign a petition. So we tested it, and Nick's in the room here. We got a $20,000 grant from Queensland government for our education program. Nicole managed to turn that into an amazing pilot project that tested the AI with hundreds of students in the Cairns area around Queensland. We always like to test things on kids first. I think it's a good policy. Anyway, amazing. Some really good characters came out of that, and we found that they were analysing thousands of images really quickly. They are better than us at this. You'd be surprised to hear. But we also wanted to test it a bit, and particularly with people that had nothing to do with the reef or any reefs. So this is a call centre by one of our funders, Cotton On. There's a call centre down in Geelong, and most of these people have never been near the Great Barrier Reef. But we tested it with them, and we really wanted it to be something that you could sit on your sofa in New York or on a bus in Indonesia and be able to do analysis really quickly. So the average time for someone to analyse an image accurately now, if you've done over 5 already, is about 47 seconds. So it's pretty quick. Okay. So we had no money, but you need thousands of people to analyse images. So we built, with our partners, or many of our partners, we built leaderboards and engaged a lot of their staff in virtual volunteering. So many companies allow their staff to do volunteering. They give them a day a year or whatever. And so we built these leaderboards, and you can see some of them here. This is one from a more modern one. This is the Disney one. This is now Disney's largest volunteer program in the world. So that's how we've got thousands of people to help us do the analysis. And this campaign is beginning to run at the moment. Disney's on it at the moment. But Dell and Mars and Salesforce, all sorts of companies are starting to help us. So the leaderboards are now helping us. Basically, what happens inside the companies is people get very competitive. And then they get incentivized. So you can win a bucket hat, for example, or even sometimes a trip to the reef. So it's a really amazing way of just getting a lot more people engaged and involved in conservation. And here's some of the results which Chris was talking about yesterday. I'm going to fly through that because I'm running out of time. But the plan with everything that we've built and everything we're trying to do has been designed to be scaled globally. So open sourcing the data, thinking about how we can build stuff that can be used at a very, very cheap rate around the world. And thinking about the model itself. So we call it the dream loop, where we're trying to find communities that can mobilize themselves. Could be communities with a lot of tourism vessels in them, or just communities already working on other restoration projects. And that starts to also tell us they might be communities that could be used as we start to build out more restoration and stewardship projects around the world. So in a way, it's like a kind of social network for conservation in communities everywhere. I'll quickly run through this. I know that, Abby's giving me the look. 2 minutes. Okay, cool. I just wanted to say this. So if census is all about scale and mobilizing as many people as we can and bringing a really new, very large audience and hopefully money also into reef conservation and marine conservation, the Reef Cooperative is the other end of it. It's about very practical but scalable intervention in the water, and very much driven and co-led with our partners. So this is Citizens, it's GBR Biology, Dawawuru, Mars Sustainable Solutions, Gunganji, Cotton On's funding it. It was a very cool end of last year where the Gunganji joined the Reef Cooperative, and that was one of the events. So we took them out onto the amazing pontoon out on Moore Reef, the Reef Magic pontoon, and with all the whole of the community came out. So it's just kind of one of those kind of nice things we get to do sometimes. It's just really nice. It's got an education program. Often we're using census in that education program to bring the reef alive to kids that may not go onto the reef that much. But it's also bringing in traditional owner knowledge and cultural knowledge into those communities. And this, of course, you've probably seen plenty of these over the last few days. I know Eric was showing some this morning. This is the site, this is the Reef Star factory, or the Reef, which is over in Portsmouth. And some of the guys are creating the stars. We now export them up and down the coast to other places, don't we, Eric? But it's training and it's jobs, and it's a real restoration work. And this is some of the stars out on Moore Reef. So some of you may be going out to Moore Reef on Friday. It's looking a bit stressed at the moment, I have to say, but still an amazing thing to be part of. So you've got the idea of scale. There'll be other projects like this. This is the Mars one, and Mars have, I think, 31 sites in 11 countries or something like that. So if you think about how you might be able to use census and incorporate it into it to look for better sites to do reef restoration. I know Ryan was talking about that earlier on, around finding the best sites to do restoration. All of this starts to come together as a kind of big cooperative effort to mobilize on scale, but when faced with not enough money, because often the money is getting sucked up to the much, much bigger projects. I think that's probably me, Abby.
I mean, we're pretty much at time, but we've probably got one quick question if anyone wants to hang around and ask. No? Oh, sorry, yes, awesome.
How do we get involved in Fiji?
Great. Well, let's have a chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, too easy. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Andy.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank all of the speakers in this session. It's been a really great session, starting off with Austin and talking about the threats to reefs globally and why we need to really sort of think about our restoration activities in a bit of a different way, and then hearing from some of those people who've got some of those innovative solutions and who are working to think a little bit outside the box in terms of what are the assets that we can use in reef restoration, whether that is the people power that power a lot of these projects or the new kinds of techniques that are coming forward. So I just want to thank all of the speakers again.